Shah had a plan, oh grand and true, to bring back a custom just for you, a dowry's charm to rekindle the fire.
Uh-oh, I got the other one on. We're live on YouTube. That's what that means.
He'd gather gold with wit and flair, pledging his heart.
Guys, if you're watching after the stream, just forward about 5 minutes. 5-10 minutes. Let me just bring this down a tiny bit. All right. We got folks in here already. That's what I'm talking about. Heck yeah. Hope everybody's doing well out there. We got our sound effects going. Peter Wright. Shout out to you, sir. This war is between gynocentric traditionalists and non-gynocentric traditionalists. I encourage them to split into these more clearly defined groups permanently. Dowry can be the litmus test. Absolutely. I 100% agree with that. And, you know, we're going to be talking a lot about the differences today, especially in context of tradcons and feminists and red pillars. But at the root of it, it really is that gynocentric traditionalists versus non-gynocentric traditionalists. So I appreciate that comment. Thank you so much for pointing that out. I'm going to have to reread that later on when we got more folks in here too. Mr. Pitt, always a pleasure, sir. Thank you so much for what you do here and keeping the chat from getting too rowdy. Let's go. Another Saturday night with Shah. Hey, man. We would be nowhere without y'all. Oh, man. Here comes that jazz solo I like so much. And then we got Murder of Crows. Hey, man. Welcome back. Gang, gang. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Things are about to get pretty scary in here. And you. Great to see you, man. Elena's Bari Fitness. Hey, shout out to both of y'all, by the way. And Klaus, too. That was for you, Klaus. Hi, Sean, everyone. Hey there. Good to see you. Klaus, pleasure to see you, man. I was just looking at that comment of yours in the Discord, and I found how retirement works in Germany to be quite interesting. I had no idea. Finally caught you live. Hey, I appreciate that. I gotta make sure to catch you guys. I see you guys sometimes. I always hit the like on Nick's Twitter, but I gotta sit down and really listen in. Elena's Bar Fitness. I love the music. Thank you. We gotta thank Dan the Man for that. Dan the Man gave us 2 amazing songs here. Him and Mr. Pitt talked about how great AI music is. And I was like, really? AI music? And then they came back at me with this. And now there's times during the week where I will be humming this song to myself. It's crazy. It does not get better than that. Now we're going to switch up to the rap song. Once we finish the rap song, we should be around just over 5 minutes, and then we'll get the show on the road. Uh-oh. This is for the folks who want to blast it out of the window, you know what I'm saying? What's up, Shah Squad? Shah Squad, I like that. Mr. Pitt, thank you, sir. We got a fairly full episode today, so we're gonna be going over Matt Walsh's reaction to what Megyn Kelly said about conservatives not doing a good job of encouraging women to work. So that should be interesting. And so he represents a tradcon. I won't get into this too much because I'm going to re-intro it after the song. Then we got feminists looking from across the divide here and throwing shots their way. And then we got a Manosphere Highlights Daily video in which a matchmaker talks about red pill guys and does a bad job. But did anyone expect anything better? So we'll see what they got to say. So yeah, just we got a good couple of videos. I got another one in the bag also in case we need it. I don't think we will. For the folks out there who may have noticed, the TV got bigger. Check out this beauty right here. Look at this absolute 27-inch Toshiba beauty. Oh my God. I swear, the stuff I had to go through to get that thing was pretty harrowing, but I managed to get it back home with no damage. It barely fit in my car. Oh man, let me catch up with the chat real quick. The one by Anthems for Anarchy is by me. Oh, yep, that's right. Okay, my bad. This is Mr. Pitt. Mr. Pitt, that's you right there. Big shout out. I'll remember that. And this one is by Dan the Man. Thank you for that reminder, sir. I apologize. Corderay Doja. I'm watching Manosphere right now. It's a good video by Manosphere Highlights Daily. He always knocks them out of the park. But this one particularly, the reason I'm reacting to that one is because, so this video right here is going to help us understand a point about this video and even this video, you know, and ultimately discussions about dowry. I tend to showcase dowry as a check on hypergamy, you know, so men out there will say, well, you know, we don't care about what a woman does or how much money she has. And that seems to be echoed by, you know, both sides sometimes. Then on the other side, especially with tradcons, they'll say, well, you know, this is the protect and provide guy right here, and the wife should want for nothing. So on his end, he's encouraging this kind of hypergamous nature in women and saying that that's normal. You know, the men are the one that are supposed to provide and have the money. Feminists, you know, as we know, will do that a lot too. And in this video, there's a clip of a matchmaker. They're pretty much progressive feminists, and they're talking about how it's normal for women to want men that make more. And, you know, if crap hits the fan, then they want a guy who will be able to weather that better than them. So they're selling that as a good thing. But when men come back and say, hey, how much does your father make? What does your father do for a living? What's the dowry look like? How much are you bringing into the marriage? Suddenly, like, it's just like, well, hold on a second. You know, everybody stop. This guy's bad. You know what I mean? And you hear that from a lot of people, alpha male self-improvement gurus. You hear that from tradcons. You hear that from feminists. So I organized the show in this way today because I wanted to go through tradcon perspective, then go through feminist liberal perspective, which is this lady right here, Emma Vigeland from, you know, and Sam Cedar. And then go into this matchmaker lady. So, you know, we'll be having some fun with that tonight, basically, and we'll talk a little bit about dowry and such. So I'm just going to get through the chat, and then we can get started here. Thanks for being here, everybody. I appreciate y'all. Manosphere Highlights Daily is peak. Absolutely. Yeah, I used to watch him a lot, and then for a while I stopped. I've always been subscribed, but lately I've been looking at his videos again, and I always enjoy him. I started watching his videos again when he did a video discussing Coach's sort of, you know, Coach had this very special video about the manosphere and what went wrong with it, and Manosphere Highlights Daily actually highlighted that, and I saw that, so I started watching him more regularly again. Yo, Male Space, hey, shout out to you, man. Welcome in here. Elena's Bar Fitness. Dowry makes total sense if women are in the workforce and want a man when their objective SMV decays. Yes, it does. It absolutely does. And, you know, it also helps to obviously get a household started when they're young. It helps for people to match with equal status families. Her family putting down for her like that, if she's going to be a traditional, quote unquote, traditional woman who stays inside, then that is the proof of the sort of equal status of the family. On the other side, her family's grilling him about, hey, what are you doing? what income are you going to be bringing in? What kind of inheritance are you at? On his side, they're saying, what's the dowry look like? And, you know, we've completely just abandoned this to the wind, and we're just left with the man. You know, I wish I had that Officer Tatum clip, where he's just talking about, you know, you got to just work 2 jobs if you have to. That's when he was on whatever podcast. I actually reacted to it a while ago. I don't think I can pull it up in time. It's always never good to do these things so late in advance. But sorry, it's not even late in advance, just late in the game. Oh, here it is right here. This was the video that I did.
Hey, welcome back.
With Officer Tatum. And this is when he was grilling Brian about marriage.
Who realizes that in this current social climate, in this political, well, not political, in this social climate, when it comes to the court system, we don't need to get
I wish there was a transcript on this video.
Involved in our relationship.
But the truth
I
is
love you, you love me. We don't need the state.
I agree.
But the truly feminine would want, like, the nature of femininity would want that protection.
The nature.
Let's see.
That is such a
wearing red no more.
That's all right. I'm not exactly sure where that is, but in that video specifically, there's a part where he says, you know, like she telling men to try harder, and then, you know, because he's talking about how you basically need 2 incomes. And it's funny because he kind of says that's not true, and then a couple sentences later he's like, you got to do what you got to do, even if you got to take a second job. And it's like 2 full-time jobs. That sounds like 2 incomes to me. So there's this we've completely enabled a one-sided hypergamy here. And if both sides were coming at this with a similar hypergamous angle, it would actually cancel out, and then you'd end up with endogamy, or just, you know, isogamy, I think would be the technical term, where people of equal status are actually pairing up, because it would give us the necessary blocks on the higher end. If her dowry's not high enough, they're going to be like, no, there's no marriage happening here. And on the other end, if they're like, well, if we're offering a high dowry, but your income's not there, then that would balance things out. So we don't have that right now. And we're going to see that on full view tonight as we react to all this fun stuff. Leaving a dinner. We'll join y'all soon, Big Shot. Hey, no worries, man. You enjoyed that dinner. You have a lot of fun. I can only imagine what that dinner was, man. I hope it was some kind of maybe steak, possibly some lamb, with some sort of nice sides there, maybe some creamed spinach, potatoes, all kinds of good stuff. Maybe even some dessert if you really wanted to get crazy after that. So that sounds amazing. I'd like to know the cake a lie. Yo, Timmy Kramer 2000. Great to see you in here. Spetsnaz and MGTOW is freedom. Amazing. Golf today. Kick ass. Awesome, man. I love it, bro. Very happy to hear that. My dad did. Traditional dads realize their daughter is an expense and liability, not an investment. You know, on the one hand, yeah. On the other hand, though, it's kind of both. And the reason I say that is because it can be an investment depending on if you get her a good marriage. And you know, obviously people from all strata are using the dowry system back then. But like if you take a royal marriage, for instance, like King Henry VIII, and oh damn, I always forget who he married. It wasn't Catherine of Braganza, I don't think. It was Catherine of Aragon, I believe, from Spain. Yes, Catherine of Aragon. And essentially, their marriage made sense because she came with a large dowry. So it was about equal to like an entire year's worth of the money that the English crown brings in from all of its subjects and everything. So that's how big her dowry was. It was a lot. She had the biggest dowry. Anyways, they wanted to do this. This was good for Spain on Spain's side because it solidified an alliance with England to hold off France. So you see, it's kind of an investment because you're like, all right, I'm marrying her. This is going to cost a lot of money, but we're also going to solidify a political alliance with England in order to kind of push off our rival here on this other side a little bit. So it is kind of an investment in some ways, depending on how you swing that marriage. See what I mean? A male space says also dowry has family involvement, merging of two. There you go. Yeah, merging of two families, which marriage should be about versus the individuals. RP Madman takes of a decade. of trying to be a gorillionaire worthy of a woman. Exactly. Yeah, that I call that the self-improvement hamster wheel. And again, we're not over here saying self-improvement is bad or that you shouldn't do it. Self-improvement is good. But there is a issue of when it comes to this discussion of women and relationships, and on the one hand, we'll say the expectations of women are delusional and they only 80% of guys are invisible and the normal average woman expects a guy who's 6 foot and 6-pack and a billionaire cowboy in space, whatever it is. That's where, we'll just self-improve. Something is wrong with that message there. See, like that can't be where we stop this train at. You know what I mean? Now the whole pressure lays on men's shoulders. Yeah, and not even just men, young men's shoulders. And it was never like that. The reason I dug up the dowry here really was to show that there is this extraordinary pressure on young men. And then everybody's like, why are young men struggling? You know what I mean? It's just like, okay. Butter chicken. Man, that sounds really good. That sounds really good right now. Butter chicken. Do you celebrate Easter, Shah? I don't. I know it was Good Friday yesterday. To you legends out there who are celebrating Easter, hope you guys have a fantastic Easter tomorrow. If I remember right, I think Easter is always the first Sunday after the first full moon after the spring equinox. I think that is what Easter is. It's either the first full moon or the first new moon. I sometimes get that mixed up. You just got to alpha simp up. What's the problem? Exactly. You just got to make more money. You know what I'm saying? You just got to make a lot more money, and then everything's going to be good. Then you're going to get a submissive wife, and you're going to have kids, and you'll never have to worry about family court. You won't be a high value target. Just got to hold masculine frame and just make sure you're not blue pilled. You know what I mean? And make sure to pull up the ladder behind you also. True, I agree. Yo, Marcus Gray. Man, you got a cool username. What's up, Shah? I love watching fake tradcons getting exposed. We're about to see some of that today. I'm talking about most women. They are not an investment, especially nowadays. A male space. Hey, thank you so much for that donation, man. Very generous. I do appreciate that. Tradcon, be fruitful and multiply. Have 10 kids, even though you have no room and little money. Yeah, I was watching another video. I was thinking about reacting to it today. I didn't watch the whole thing, but it was just discussing, why people are having trouble with kids. And it was going over through some stuff historically, and it was talking about how people wanted a lot of kids in the past because they would help to work on the farm and they would become an asset very quickly. Versus nowadays where, kids do cost a lot of money for a much longer period of time. So it's tougher for folks. Unless you're like, on the welfare system, then you want to have kids so you can get them on the grant. See what I mean? So one kid's like 17 and you're a single mom and you're like, I might get another one in there and we'll reset the clock on that. Shout out to Coach. He was talking about resetting the clock on just, he was talking about marriages where the wife might do that. If she's thinking of bailing or something. I can't remember exactly, but shout out to Coach. Thank you again for the donation. That is very, very generous, sir. That's real hard-earned money right there. You know what I mean? Timmy Kramer says, ladies here in Scottsdale are out of control spenders. She will spend $1,000 just on her hair and extensions in a month. Entitled princess syndrome is huge here. Run, Forrest, run. Hey, if as long as she's spending her own money. You know what? I was swiping through the dating profiles and I saw a woman's dating profile and it said, I can't remember, but she said she wanted to see 2 things from the guy. And I sent her a comment and I said, and a credit report. And it brought back this memory. But back when I worked at child support, there was a trainer there. She's a really cool person. She's a little older and she would always talk about how she's just like, if you're going to get married, ask them for their credit report. She kind of had this funny sort of, I don't know. She was straight out of the 90s with her mannerism. But I always think about that. Well, I remember that, but I used to think about that. And it's it makes a lot of sense. I do want to see your credit report, actually. How much debt are you in? What's your credit score? Is it crappy? If it is, then yeah, let's not merge all of our finances together. Shah, you did more than dig it up. Resurrected is more like it, hopefully. Man, thank you, man. That makes me feel good. You know, I appreciate you saying that. We have I even added 2 more dowry sound effects, and I don't want to use them now because I'm reacting to a very specific video because we hear something from a feminist that's very interesting. And, you know, I just hope, you know, at the risk of sounding too chivalrous, though I think this is something worth being chivalrous about. Shout out to Peter Wright and Paul Elam. Is there no one out there who will, you know, pick up the sword and stand up for Lady Dowry? If no one's going to do it, then it has to be me. Nobody will beat Lady Dowry's champion, and she has been ignored for far too long. And if there's anything that I'm going to be chivalrous over and do this about, you know, if I'm gonna sit here and champion it, it's gonna be this marriage transaction dowry stuff. So here I am. Thank you again. The RP Madman take on dowry is probably, you didn't earn it. My family gave my wife and a chunk of money. We didn't earn my house. But you know what? Like, I don't see how that's like a bad thing. It's like your family worked hard. They made good decisions. They avoided a bunch of bad stuff. You know what I mean? They could, you know, one of your other parent could have been out there gambling, buying a bunch of frivolous things, but instead they're like, let's save our money and invest in our children's future. And they set up your household very well. And I mean, what they did is not something that's unknown to the human species. That they've literally been doing exactly that for a long time. So, hey, shout out to the parents there. Fake tradcons, are there any other kind? Well, cosplayers, right? I find it funny how when a blue-pilled guy gets divorced, most people... Oh, I got to bring up my other bigger chat here. Most people tell him that it's because he simply wasn't blue-pilled enough. Yeah, exactly. You got to, you know, just really figure out her feelings more and then do all that stuff and the date nights and the chore play. So yeah, let's get started with this. Again, you know, I think this is going to be pretty normal TradCon stuff. You know, yeah, I could just get a few clips. We could get through this quicker, but let's just take our time and enjoy the video. So we'll see what Matt Walsh has got to say about what Megyn Kelly said. Then we'll see the comments. Then from there, we're going to see what the feminist, liberal, progressives who are, you know, kind of peering over, watching the fight, what they got to say. And we'll go from there. So, folks, wow, we're 22 minutes in. Let's get the show started.
Over the past few weeks, we've spent a considerable amount of time talking about marriage from the perspective of a man. This is a perspective that isn't discussed often enough and is even less understood. A couple of weeks ago, we talked about the concept of emotional labor, which is a term used almost exclusively by women about themselves. The claim, which you'll find in a million articles or hear in a million TikTok videos, is that women carry a disproportionate amount of the emotional and mental burdens of marriage and family life. And
I just, you know, I think it's a little unfortunate that people don't, if we're going to say emotional labor is a thing, men carry a ton of emotional labor for the entire house. I mean, especially nowadays when they got the sword of Damocles over their head, looking down, you know, the barrel of family court. And it's just like, how many times are men castigated or pretty much told? I mean, you can see this all throughout the blue pill sphere for the most part. Just, you know, listen to any of that stuff. And it's just like, I tried to do this. I tried to do that. I cooked dinner. I did this, all this kind of bending over backward stuff just to like make her mood better. It's just a ton of emotional labor. Has nothing to do with just working your job and paying bills.
Why that is a rather severe misconception. This past Friday, we talked about the wildly viral video of a feminist social media influencer who announced to the world that she almost divorced her husband for failing to do household chores when and how she wanted. And I, again, explained in detail why that woman has an attitude that will kill her marriage, just like it's killed so many thousands of marriages before hers.
I actually saw that video, too. Hey, how you doing, Shah? Hey, shout out to you, Karen. Thanks for being here, man.
Now, we're not going to rehash either of those conversations, but we are going to spend some more time in this general vicinity. A couple of days ago, Megyn Kelly jumped into the fray. She shared her own reaction to that viral video I just mentioned. She seemed to generally disapprove of the woman castigating her husband publicly.
You guys probably know who Megyn Kelly is. I think she was like an anchor or something like that, but she's a conservative, but she's the sort of boss babe conservative, woman. The one thing I always remember about her, I don't know if it was Fox News or who it was. I think that's who she was an anchor for. But when Trump was running the first time and they had like the first, debates, I think it was just amongst the Republican candidates. And one thing that I noticed was, and this is like, it's probably not a big deal. I wish I can dig up the picture, but Megyn Kelly was like in the center of the people asking the questions because they were, hosting the thing or whatever. And the camera's panning and it's like, there's this Donald Trump who's talking about, grab him by this and all that. And he's got this very boisterous way of speaking and offending so many people's sensibilities and especially women to some extent. And then there's Megyn Kelly, and Megyn Kelly had that sort of shoulder length hair and she was in all white. And everybody else was in black. And it felt like so production level staged to me. And it was like, oh, I get it. She's dressed in all white and she's supposed to represent like truth or something. Truth or purity, asking questions to this, guy. Or it was just really weird. And I always was like, that's strange.
But she also disapproves of the way that many men on the right approach and talk about marriage. And I'm going to play those comments from Megyn and offer a response. But before I do that, I need to rewind the clock by about a year to set the stage. And before I do that...
Literally right here. I'm sorry, guys. I got to stop everything to show you this. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but I remember... See, here it is right here. This is, 8 years ago. I mean... This is when he was running the first time.
There was a dust-up involving yours truly and presidential contender Donald Trump. You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs.
Yeah, so she was like totally anti-Trump for a long time, and she's all about, kind of putting the feminist leash on him. But it was weird because she is a conservative Fox lady. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we can. Well, it's 2 minutes. Let's
and
just
disgusting animals. Your Twitter account.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
I remember that, the only Rosie O'Donnell thing. Wow, it takes me
She
back.
asked me a very inappropriate question. She should really be apologizing to me. You want to know the truth? You can see there was blood
I feel like that could be a sound clip. She should be apologizing to me.
coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her wherever.
I said, how much of this do you take? I have zero respect for Megyn Kelly. I don't think she's very good at what she does. I think she's highly overrated.
Trump, who is the front runner, will not apologize. And I certainly will not apologize for doing good journalism.
Firing off a series of negative late
Yeah, so I mean, gynocentrism and feminism is good journalism.
night tweets about Fox News anchor and Republican debate
Karen says she has a segment with Anna Kasparian, XTYT, the Young Turks. It was funny to watch her face get red on the fact that men don't want boss babes. I think I do recall that. That sounds familiar. Ray Leyland says Megyn Kelly's first question to Trump when moderating that Republican debate was Trump's war on women. Yeah, so it's not a mystery where she stands on this. I missed the 2015-2016 Trump. Hey, man, I hear you on that.
moderator Megyn
Just seeing these clips makes me remember why he got so popular.
Kelly retweeting a
Not that, I mean, I know I was there, but it's just like I really, you can relive
comment
that.
calling her a bimbo. On Tuesday, Fox News chairman Roger Ailes demanding an apology from Trump.
It's a very small element in my life, Megyn Kelly. I don't care about Megyn Kelly, but no, I would not apologize. She should probably apologize to me, but I just don't care.
But Fox News has had enough, pulling the interview after Trump ridiculed its political
Damn, this is kind of okay. That's ABC News. Hopefully, I can react to this. You know how they're always trying to get me.
coverage and its anchor Megyn Kelly yet again.
Fair use.
Calling Kelly a lightweight on Twitter Tuesday.
Bizarre, because I became the
Let me pull that up real quick. Mr. Pitt. Oh, come on. Installing updates. Mr. Pitt got a picture of me defending Lady Dowry. This will be the most chivalrous you guys will ever see me. By the way. You gotta love AI. Wow, I've definitely been in the sun a little bit. I'll tell you what. Man, but that's some badass armor, dude. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that right there. She's got dowry on just for the... We're in like this cyberpunk world. It's like a what would you call that? Like a dystopian hellscape? This is the freaking feminist gynocentric just overworld right here. The techno-feudal gynocracy in the background. That's cool, man. Man, I love this AI stuff. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. Thank you so much. That is really freaking cool. Oh, man. Somebody has to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's just, unfortunately, like nobody else out there, you know. So glad this MK timeline is highlighted. So interesting in every way. At the end of the day, no man wants to come home after working hard all day to a feminist woman who complains and refuses to cook him a meal. Women have been taught to never be happy. You know, it's crazy because they'll be like, oh, well, I'm supposed to be getting paid. That's unpaid labor. Which is like really weird. Like when you think about that, it's like, oh, you know, if you got like family and it's like, if I made a meal for my older parents, I'm just like, that's unpaid labor. They should be paying me for that. Like, wouldn't that be kind of crazy? And then it's like, okay, well, if you're paying your wife cash to do all these things, then she may as well just start paying all the bills, or at least paying her share of the bills, because what do grown adults do? I mean, the money they make, it gets invested back into the house, I guess. I mean, that's what's supposed to happen. So, unpaid labor. You look like the Dark Souls character from the Middle Ages. I have to play that game. Shah, throw the grid on top of your feed. Oh, man, all right, I'll do it for this one. Because honestly, yeah, if I mess this up this time and I get the warning, it's totally going to be my fault.
Story. He was so very focused on me that I became the story, and you know, you never want to be the story when you're a news person. You want to be covering the story. So it was truly like an Alice through the
Sure you don't. Sure you don't want to be. Well, you never want to be the news story. Okay. All right.
glass experience.
We believe you. Here it is right here. Oh, I got to take the grid off for this. This is what I was getting at. And I remember watching this debate live, and like the camera is panning, and it's panning in a way that really highlights her. She's in the center. She's wearing white. You know what I mean? And she's questioning this war on woman madman. You know what I mean? Oh my God.
Happened. Trump and co-moderator Megyn Kelly remaining civil after their epic battle at the first debate.
Mr. Trump.
Here it is. Here it is. There she is in white.
How you doing?
Nice to be with you, Megyn.
Great to have you here.
You're looking well. You're looking
As are you. If Trump is...
All right, that's enough. That's enough. I mean, yeah, I just wanted to take that detour for a bit. All right, we're back in the game. We don't stop out here.
I need to preface everything I'm saying by saying that I personally like Megyn.
I don't think I need the grid for this. Just to be, I mean, come on. Matt Walsh, be cool, man. Be cool. You know what I'm saying? So I think we're good there. And also with the other videos, they're like more like regular YouTuber guys. But when it's somebody with like, if it's like Vice or somebody with like 10 mil or something, I don't know, then it's different.
I've been on her show a number of times. I've had nothing but pleasant interactions with her. I met her in person for the first time at one of the inaugural balls in January. I found her to be very kind in person. So I have no personal problem with her at all. But she does have a bit of a problem with me, it would seem. So before we get to Megyn's comments this week, I'm going to play something that she said about me last year. And I heard this clip at the time, but I decided not to say anything about it or to respond to it. I try not to get into public spats with people on our own side, which is why I quite frequently let
on our own side
slide.
You know, also, I don't follow Matt Walsh enough. I mean, I see his stuff on Twitter sometimes. I don't actually like watch all of his videos. But I wonder how much of calling out of conservative feminists he's really done. I think someone like Andrew Wilson has done more of a job like that, at least on a bigger stage. Because right before this, you had that Piers Morgan thing, which we reacted to, go kind of viral. And part of me sometimes suspects that like maybe this video is Matt Walsh laying the groundwork to be able to see, no, I've called out conservative feminists in the past all the time. Just look at this video here. But maybe he has, and I just didn't
when
know
people on our side, who I thought were friends or at least friendly, take shots at me, which it happens all the time. But I feel it necessary to bring this up now because it will provide some important context to Megyn's remarks last week. And also, I think the conflict between feminism and what we now call the traditional view of marriage and gender roles is coming to a head. It's coming to a head on the right. And now is the time to get it all out in the open.
Okay, interesting. So he's saying like this is coming out in the end. And What he's advocating for is women stay at home, men are the providers. Okay, I'm still going to say that that's gynocentrism. All right, and I'm going to say, and you know, feminists would love to say this as well when they're trying to get what they're trying to get, but that's not exactly true, especially looking back historically. Especially when you go prior to dowry and you get into bride wealth and things like that. Prior to the plow, women were out in the field using the hoe and the digging stick, and they were working hard out there in agriculture. Okay, then when you get, you know, urbanized living and monogamy comes in from polygyny and less divorce and these kinds of things, and there's more, you know, private property, there's wealth stratification, there's all these kinds of things. Then you start to see women more housebound, and you start to see them coming with a dowry. All right, so that sort of helps get this new household started, solidify a relationship between the families, and get this new couple on the right foot here, as the man now has an income and is doing what he's got to do on his end. So he always seems to neglect that part of the equation, which is what is annoying to me.
As conservatives, we have to decide if we want to conserve.
Now, real quick, just before I get started, I do want to bring up Peter Wright. Peter Wright actually came in here while this was still a premiere. Shout out to Peter Wright, the creator of the gynocentrism.com website, also a co-author of this book with Paul Elam, and also a few other books, but specifically the one about chivalry, in which he has really discussed and showcased what gynocentrism is and how it's embedded on so many things. But Peter Wright left a comment saying, this war is between gynocentric traditionalists and non-gynocentric traditionalists. I encourage them to split into these more clearly defined groups permanently. Dowry can be the litmus test. Absolutely, because those who just want to tell men to protect and provide and say women have no contribution on this equation, they are in fact gynocentrist. And, you know, just going back on, but this is how Matt Walsh sees it.
How is marriage? And also, I think the conflict between feminism and what we now call the traditional view of marriage and gender roles is coming to a head. It's coming to a head on the right.
See, so he's calling Megyn Kelly a feminist. Okay, so he's saying, you know, she's a conservative, but she's still a feminist. He's saying he's a traditionalist where women should stay at home, but he's not exactly able to distinguish the fact that he's also a gynocentrist here, especially when it's like men need to provide everything on this equation. The minute I hear him saying, you know, he saved X amount of dollars or whatever it is for his daughter's marriage, and he's a rich guy, he can, if I asked him that tomorrow, he could say, of course I have money for my daughter's marriage, because he's rich. But I doubt if this wasn't him, if he's not telling men to do that. You know, if they want to live this, the woman stays at home lifestyle and gets married young. I have not heard that from him. Okay. It's just you as men need to work harder. Right. So, shout out to Peter Wright there. Definitely, I wanted to showcase that when more folks got in, because that is really the crux of the situation here.
And now is the time to get it all out in the open. As conservatives, we have to decide if we want to conserve the view of the sexes that was held by basically everyone in the world for all of human history.
Okay, see that? The view of the sexes that was held by basically everyone for all of human history. See, that's where a little bit of the gaslighting comes in. It's either ignorance on his part or it's a bit of gaslighting, because he's not distinguishing anything about this, about when romantic, you know, chivalry came in, gynocentrism really came in, and how it was before that became the norm. So he's still adhering to that, right? Which makes him, you know, still kind of on this blue pill train here. It makes him a gynocentrist, hands down.
Until the middle of the 20th century, or if we want to...
See, he just goes straight from the beginning all the way down to just until feminism came on. And he doesn't understand what romantic chivalry did as the ground to let feminism take root, basically.
Conserve feminism. We cannot conserve both. And I know which I prefer. So with that said, let's go back to February 3rd, 2024, when Megyn Kelly appeared on a podcast called Chicks on the Right. At the time that this podcast was recorded, Megyn was pretty angry at me for making some derogatory comments about feminism, as I tend to do. And here is the setup from the host. Listen.
I think it was right after you'd written a book. And
Chicks on the Right.
So we had you on to talk about your book. And there was some controversy happening at the time with Matt Walsh. And I know you had a beef with him recently on Twitter.
Back then
about
there was a
similar
controversy?
topic. Yes.
Oh my God.
There was controversy because he's always been the same guy when it comes to women have their place and that needs to be at home and they shouldn't have careers and all that stuff. So, and it was
Okay, yeah, this is the woman stays home.
about that. And we talked to you about that. And you said something that has never left my brain. And I loved how you said it. And I refer back to it all the time because I struggled with his arguments. He's very persuasive. He's an excellent writer, as I'm sure you know. And his criticisms were like getting to me. And I remember that I asked you about it in that show. And you said, I just know that having a career and family, having that career makes me the best version of myself for my family. And I was like, that is the perfect way to describe how we think, I think how we feel about our own careers.
Absolutely.
It just.
Now, listen, I mean, again, I'm fine with women working. In fact, I would be keeping an eye out for that. But it's one thing on her end to say, this makes me the best version of myself for my family. Now, I was listening to Coach Greg Adams, shout out to Coach, Free Agent Lifestyle. And I think he did a kind of breakdown of Megyn. I think it was his show I was watching. It was a couple weeks ago, but he kind of broke down her marriages and who she was married to and then divorced and then married to again and kind of what their job was as she was coming up. So best version of herself is fine. Okay. But again, still, looking for someone making more than her, all this kind of stuff. But when men have that same attitude, then everybody wants to pile on to us. So when we start looking at the feminist take here at the second video, we're going to hear more about that. And especially when we watch the Manosphere Highlights Daily video, after that one, we're going to hear a bit about that too.
Really resonated with me. And so when I saw you guys kind of beefing about a month ago or 3 weeks ago or whatever about.
I mean, it's one thing to be the best version of herself. That's fine. But I want to hear, like, how much is she contributing to the household finances and expenses?
The similar issue.
Okay, so we'll get to Megyn's, what she says in a second. Well, I will say guilty as charged. I have always been the same guy. For the most part, I'm saying the same things now that I said 13 years ago when I was a mostly unknown blogger with like 5,000 Twitter followers. I might be a jerk, but at least I've always been the same kind of jerk. You have to give me that. But Megyn Kelly has had enough of it. She's had enough of my crap, and she wants me to shut up. And I'm not exaggerating. That's what she said verbatim. Listen.
And again, having said that, I like the guy. I'm getting a little tired of his nonstop judgment of women who make different choices than the ones he wants us to make. Sorry, Matt, you're not our Jesus. We don't answer to you. Like, live your life the way you want to live it and stop judging everybody who makes a different choice. I'm sick of it. And I know you gals, and generally women, we're not judging moms who choose to stay at home and raise their kids. That's a choice we celebrate.
Absolutely
we
not.
love. Those are our sisters and our friends and our moms. Women aren't doing this to other women for the most part. It's guys like Matt. Like, shut up. I'm not out there saying your wife is boring and a loser because she decided not to get a job. I don't think that. I think it's awesome. She's the mother of 6 children. She must be incredibly busy. But why are you looking at every woman who works and trying to pass judgment and make her feel guilty about her choices all the time?
This is kind of like, it's funny. Maybe I'm mischaracterizing what she's saying, but this is the sort of 1 foot in, 1 foot out. It's like on the one end, well, we're having kids and then I'm doing this. On the other end, it is my choice to pursue a career now. I don't really think she's saying this as a one or the other. She's just saying we're not bagging on women who decide to do this full time. But I feel like a way this can be kind of co-opted, especially by, undercover feminist tradcon women, shout out to its complicated channel, is they will start off with, okay, let's have the kids, marry the provider guy. Then it's a choice to dip into the career and back and forth and back and forth. And that can be an issue in its own.
It's a fail. We don't feel guilty because of you. But I'm just getting tired of his random posts about how the one woman who said, oh, I'm confessing that I really liked it when the guy I dated wanted to pay for the meal. And he's like, no, you can't have that unless you play the traditionally feminine role.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, I'm confessing that I really liked about how the one woman who said, oh, I'm confessing that I really liked it when the guy I dated wanted to pay for the meal.
That was that short-haired woman, and Pearl interviewed her father. I want to say his name was Bret Hart, but I think I'm confusing him with the wrestler. But we did react to that guy's stream, and he actually talked about how much child support he paid or something like that. It was the same. It was actually the same woman who had that video, and Matt Walsh reacted to it. Then there was another video about her calling her dad like a deadbeat or something. Now, this is interesting to me because I wonder if Megyn Kelly's defending that about wanting the man to pay.
Tired of his random posts about how the one woman who said, oh, I'm confessing that I really liked it when the guy I dated wanted to pay for the meal. And he's like, no, you can't have that unless you play the traditionally feminine role. Who died and made you boss of all?
See, that's kind of, I think that's kind of a negative on her also, because she's saying, oh, it's okay to want to have the career and then still want the guy to pay for things. Now we're talking about a first date and a first meal, but if you're going to walk down, further there, I don't think it's going to be too inaccurate to say Megyn Kelly might also advocate for men still being the provider, so to speak, because that is the traditional guy that they want, while she has a career, but it's still his job to provide. See, so that's where the issue starts to come in. I mean, you're going to have your career and stuff, then what is the contribution from you?
What are you saying? I don't know why he feels the need to try to set fake guardrails around our behavior. It's a no, Matt. We don't need you.
We don't need you. Yeah. So, a lot of that sounds feminist, with a sort of conservative, I guess you can say, dressing on it. Just real quick, before we get into Matt's reaction to that, let's go ahead and just catch up with the chat. I definitely missed a few of them here. So glad this MK timeline is highlighted. So interesting in every way. At the end of the day, got that one already. Grid. Oh, here we go. Marcus Gray says, Megyn Kelly did an interview where she talked about how she was jealous of her husband because their kids liked him more. She said she started being mean to her husband. Wow, that's kind of weird. What side would that... Yeah, and then they're going to come over here and say that women do all the emotional labor. Meanwhile, this guy's now having to do all this unnecessary emotional labor because for some reason the kid just gets happy when dad walks into the house or something. You know what I mean? That's all emotional labor. What side would that be, Matt? Women staying at home worked under patriarchy, not under gynocentric social order. That's from Elena. Can such a thing be possible? It must just be on her. Elena says, now it's nearly impossible to provide for the family with a single family income. It could maybe work if women were willing to settle down for less and be less entitled. Yeah, I mean, you could, if you guys really wanted to cut off on a lot of things and, get like a 2-bedroom apartment on that side of the railroad tracks, you can make it happen. I sometimes drive by some real, not the best neighborhoods, and I will look at some real rundown places and I'll think, if I had to raise a family of 4 or 5 in there, could I do it? Could I possibly do it? And I think, maybe I can make it happen. Assuming I don't, family court doesn't get involved. I got that one. Kyle Wills. Hey, shout out, Kyle. Let me just give you one of these. I want to have my cake and eat it too. By the way, you'll be baking the cake and doing the dishes afterward. Questioning or rejecting any of the choice is unmitigated misogyny. Why do you hate women? And also Megyn Kelly, if I recall correctly, she was married to someone who was pretty well-to-do, and then I think she divorced him, and it just kind of, which already looks sideways for a conservative. One second, I'm just going to open a window here. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm letting the cat in. If she's bad, I'll just have to put her out again. Questioning or rejecting any of the above is unmitigated misogyny. Why do you hate women? Well, and to put it another way, it's like when men try to protect themselves from hypergamy, requesting the dowry or something like that, you're misogynistic. You know what I mean? It's like, well, why are you asking what I can bring to the table? Why would you even ask that? Murder of crows. Now, precursors, barre settling down, not to mention entitledness. Who would like to meet these chicks who make different choices? Do any exist? Who are you to judge me? Only God can judge me. I hear the lack of accountability there. Timmy Kramer says, in this new society, make it fair regarding dating. He buys one night, she buys the next night. Nobody wants to be taken for a fool. I hear that. Karen says women are very manipulative, especially when they see that the children are more inclined towards dad. You know, that's an interesting thing to think about also. And it's I'll confess it's not something I thought about a lot. Hey, post millennial man, shout out to you, man. Great to see you in here. Thanks for being here. Great subject, Shah, but shouldn't you be out with a nice lady on Saturday night? Actually, so next Saturday I am going to be outside with somebody. So I will actually be doing next Saturday stream on either Friday or Sunday. Probably going to be Friday night. So actually, thanks for saying that, because I did want to mention that tonight and I completely forgot about that. So the 26th, I'm supposed to be doing something kind of along the lines of what Post Millennial Man is saying. But that being said, I appreciate being here on Saturday nights. I like spending time here. You know, I think it's nice to be able to. This is my version of walking into the tavern. Probably what guys did 70 years ago, seeing what's up with everybody. Elena says, not so much having kids, but maybe only taking care of a wife. Women are like children today. So a man can either have a kid, a wife, or kids, but not both. All right, moving in.
Yeah, although we have seen, though, there are a lot of these conservative pundits, younger ones, the younger women who are kind of taking that discourse and running with it and saying, hey, say no to the high-powered careers, ladies.
I mean, and I think one reason that women are saying that is because they're trying to become better undercover feminists. They're saying say no to the high-powered careers, especially because men have started to walk away. And I think a lot of maybe red pill's influence on this whole space might be why they're trying to lean into the I'm actually a traditional woman tradwife kind of thing. And it's intimidating these older feminist conservative quote unquote women, because they're like, why are they trying to do that? But these other ones are just trying to signal for a, quote unquote high earning man to wife them up early. Though still it's gynocentric in nature.
Wow. Megyn. Okay. I confess that I don't take very kindly to being told to shut up, especially by someone who's supposed to be on the same side and who could reach out to me and voice her concerns privately if she wanted to. But it doesn't hurt my feelings. I could take the heat, which is why I let this go at the time. But this rant is now newly relevant given what she said last week. So keep in mind the language that Megyn just used. She said that I don't understand women. I'm trying to control women. I'm trying to tell women what to do. I'm trying to be, Jesus? I'm trying to be the Jesus of women or whatever. I'm judging women. I'm putting up guardrails. Now, I don't think that that's an accurate characterization at all, but I do think that these terms would pretty well describe Megyn's attitude towards young men. So here she is on her show last week. Listen.
But here's what's happening on the right.
Oh, okay. So this is the Anna Kasparian thing. Real quick, I just saw her comment. Don DeMarco says, while talking with Anna Kasparian, Megyn Kelly complained that men aren't attracted to career women. We have no issue telling men that they aren't owed sexual attraction, but women are entitled to it. Yeah, that's kind of one of the big issues too. It's like, well, I'm entitled to you taking care of me and paying for everything and doing all these things, even though I don't want to contribute on the other end. Or if somebody asks, what do you bring to the table? It's also kind of interesting when someone who's kind of like this progressive liberal, on that side of the spectrum, and someone that's, apparently on this side on the right, I know it's kind of mirrored for you guys, but they're on opposite ends of the spectrum and they can just agree so much about something. It's like, oh, that's interesting.
Young women, I talk to young conservative women all the time about their lives and their goals and, the things that they want. And what's happening is they can't find men who are maybe more conservative. Usually they're looking for somebody who is religious, like a lot of conservative women tend to be God-loving conservatives. And they can't find a lot of young men who want to marry a working woman now. And this is an actual problem that's coming up on the right. And to me, it's so sad because it's like, how did we get to the point where we're now telling young, conservative, amazing women?
And it's interesting too, because when they say that, they might be saying that they can't find men who make a lot more money than them willing to get with a career woman. And to be honest, I think a lot of those guys don't even want to get with the woman, whether it's career or not, because It's the same fish fry at the end of the day when it comes to the family courts. If she's making way less than you or whatever, or she's not making anything, men understand the sort of gamble they're taking, especially nowadays. So when she says, oh, women aren't finding men who want to take on a career woman, I do wonder which men that they're talking about. Real quick, my only problem with Matt, from Karen, is that he won't talk or highlight fault lines in marriage laws. Yeah, they do seem to be a little quiet about that. I mean, I think Ben Shapiro tried to give it some attention. You know, one time he mentioned, well, maybe try to get married without the contract. I think he did say that once, to be fair to him. But yeah, you don't really hear much. And then Michael Knowles on the other side is, you know, just kind of the opposite there. So I think Matt Walsh is maybe closer to Michael Knowles on that. Don DeMarco says, there it is. You must find a woman attractive for her career, which is totally wrong.
They're not attractive if they also work. If they choose to, let's say, do what I'm doing.
Listen, if she works, then there needs to be a contribution. What does that look like? If she's not going to want to get married till late 20s, and okay, now she has her career, when it comes to the marriage proposal, from whenever you started your career up until now when you want to get married, how much money have you saved? If the answer is 0 and I still have a bunch of college debt and I've saved no money to put on a down payment for a house, and I want you to do everything. Oh, and my parents, they're not giving me anything either. You know, then a guy's gonna look at that and be like, damn, well, okay, I mean, I could deal with you if you're working, but you have no money. You saved nothing. You're contributing nothing.
And what you're doing, and like get their voice out there. But I'll stick with me just. And
again, you know, these two women are not the sort of average women. They're very successful in their careers. Shout out to them for that. So, you know, obviously their housing and situation and stuff like that looks different, but their advice to people on all different parts of the ladder is to pursue this or pursue that. So, you know, there's certain realities that have to be accounted for here. Yeah, it's a men over a certain threshold of value, not the Uber Eats driver. Master's degree seems to be the prime get divorced level. Hey, shout out to you, Robert Bright. I think it's my first time seeing you. Great to be in here. Why would any man want to be with a woman who acts entitled and bossy? Plus, if she earns more than the man, it's not going to last long. Listen, I would take that deal, Karen. I'm not going to lie. I would take that deal. I've just seen too many divorce orders to not want to do that. Because when the divorce does happen, yeah, and you're right, it probably will. Like, the fact is the women who are stay-at-home moms, the divorce rate's already pretty bad. So that's already a problem. When it comes to a woman like this, the smoothest divorces I've seen were with women like that who make more. I would rather take that at the end of it if it's going to have a high chance of ending anyways. That's the problem. Like, that's how I'm looking at it. Full disclosure. So what if I don't find you attractive because you work? I can decide you aren't attractive for whatever reason I want. Men have no say. Yeah, exactly. If you're not attractive to me, you're not attractive. That's the same thing you get from them. Could MK and AK be somehow bound at the waist ideologically? I'm confused. Damn, I'm not sure who you're referring to there. Karen says, I have seen a trend in the tech industry where women are earning significantly higher than men, and they are obviously not going to be settling for less. Well, we read that article last week about men paying, or women, as you know, an uptick of women paying alimony and how angry they were about it, those women, and how unfair it seemed to be. And it's not the same when a woman pays alimony like it is for when a man pays alimony.
Because I think conservatives listening to this will like the thought of another Megyn Kelly voice up and coming. Well, why wouldn't we want that? Why would we take somebody who's talented in this field and really wants to make a difference and have the messaging to her be, you're really not that valuable unless you give it up and go into the home and only have a family and only raise a family. And not only are we sending her that message, but young men are actually believing that. They're actually believing it, especially on the right. Because like the trad mom has gotten so popular, and it's like...
See, I think she's missing a lot of parts of this conversation. I don't think suddenly the men on the right just kind of saw that and they're like, yeah, that makes sense, all that stuff. I think they have also seen a lot of content about divorce court and frankly stuff from the red pill manosphere that has made them consider things differently. I don't know exactly if they're convinced to marry the sort of stay-at-home mom who doesn't work. Now, I will say tradcons, and to her credit, tradcons like Matt Walsh are probably pushing that a lot. This kind of, if I can borrow the term biblical patriarchy with the submissive wife and she stays at home and all this stuff. So maybe there's truth to what she's saying, but I think men are kind of pulling back, not just from these women, but I think they're pulling back from marriage altogether. Megyn Kelly and Anna Kasparian, sorry. Oh,
no,
got
if
it.
we do that, we're not going to have any strong conservative or right-leaning women to provide a role model for younger conservative women who, and there's nothing to apologize for here.
Now, Matt Walsh and kind of those folks are probably going to look at it and say, we don't want that role model for women. We want role model of women that want to have kids early and have more than one child. What she's discussing doesn't help the birth rate. Now, on the other side, it is very expensive to set up a household. No dowry coming with these women. Half the women, not half the women taking half the jobs from the men. So, it's these, for a lot of people, both people working is a necessity at this point. We've kind of thrown family planning out the window, and that was an intergenerational project.
Necessarily want to spend all their 20s and their 30s getting married and having kids.
20s and their 30s. Damn, okay, hold on a second. That's kind of that's a whole 20 years.
And there's nothing to apologize for here.
Nothing to apologize for, not, if you don't want to get married or have kids in your 20s and your 30s. It's coming from the conservative woman. Totally okay. We live in a free country. Hey, I support freedom here.
Necessarily want to spend all their 20s and their 30s getting married and having kids.
Okay.
So Megyn says that young men these days don't want to marry a career woman. And she says this is a real problem. She says that these young men are not attracted to working women, but obviously she thinks they should be. That these men are believing the, anti-feminist propaganda. They've been duped, says Megyn Kelly. It's very sad. She says it's sad. In other words, it seems that the one putting up guardrails and judging other people for what they want in life is Megyn Kelly. Megyn doesn't seem to understand these young men. She says that I don't understand women, she says, and I probably understand women more than she thinks I do, but I admit I don't understand them perfectly. I'm not a woman after all. I've been married to a woman for almost 15 years. I'm raising 2 girls. I have a mom and 4 sisters. I'm not clueless on the subject, but I'm not an expert on the inner life of women, and I've never claimed to be. Tax season is officially here.
Uh-oh. We appreciate you with the tax season, and it's amazing sponsor, Tax Network USA, 1-800, what is that? 958-1000. It's amazing. Tell them Matt Walsh sent you. All right.
And in fact, she seems to beat the IRS to it. Megyn is not an expert on men. In fact, she seems to be rather flummoxed by them. And her confusion is, I think, shared by all of the feminist voices in our culture. And those voices are a lot louder and have a lot more power than the voices of the young men that she is criticizing here. And this is the message that young men have heard their entire lives from every corner of the culture. And that's why it's worth responding to her in some detail. So I'd like to make a few points. First of all...
Okay, real quick for his points, let me just catch up with this. Megyn Kelly and Anna Kasparian, sorry. No worries, man. My bad. I should have got that. Klaus says, I wouldn't have a problem with working women as such. The real problem is I never met a boss babe that didn't have a combative personality and who wants a permanent battle at home. Yeah, I think what you're saying is, it makes sense. I totally get it. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of looking at it and I'm like, listen, if this is what we have to deal with, and this is what it's going to be, and most people are going to have to probably choose from something like this, I would rather take this than the other current option. But that being said, I mean, I do agree with you. I look at that and I am kind of, unfortunately seeing divorce down the horizon, or, just down the road. I'm just like, well, if this is going to be the case, then I will take that, because when it hits family court, it's going to be a easier to deal with. Now, I'd like to think it could still, something can be parlayed here a bit, but again, I can't say you're wrong here. Robert Bright says you're right about the women needing to work in families, but it doesn't change what the role model is. It just makes it rare. The role model, conservative role, is a mother. I'd say that's about right. It's a mother, but I don't know, going back, even with there being a mother, women were still doing certain kinds of work. Now, I will say, especially in a dowry-paying society, it was more housebound activity. So that is true. That is true. But again, if her family isn't putting down on that, then more than likely she's going to have to work, especially for folks that are middle class and below. And I mean, frankly, our family court laws just make that situation even worse. Karen Takar says, just out of curiosity, if both people are just working all day and not having kids until mid-30s, then what is the point in having the concept of marriage? Everything has become transactional. There is a need to radically redefine what it means to be married or have a family in 2025 onwards. Yeah, and that's a big issue too. You know, like even with the dowry, I really like what it's about because people need to be reminded, because it does a good job of really putting these folks into a corner where they have to answer something. And ultimately, we do live in a very different world. You know, industrialization, cell phones, technology, all these kinds of things, the internet, all this stuff has changed things, frankly, birth control. So, I mean, I don't think going back is the answer. I think trying to derive wisdom from how it used to work on some level can help us to craft a new path, which is ultimately what we're going to have to do. I don't think going back is going to work. So I agree with you there, frankly. We're going to have to figure out what that is and what it looks like. This is my problem with Boss Babes, as Klaus pointed out. She might also have a work husband. Coworkers banging each other is a big thing, but rarely talked about in tech or any corporate job. Yeah, and now, you know, again, that being said, I mean, a stay-at-home mom while you're at work could be doing certain things too. It's just, you know, I don't want to live where like I'm worried about that. And it's just like, if that's where it's like, well, I'd rather have this where if the divorce is coming, I can pull the plug if I need to and say, oh, damn, okay, yeah, that's way out of bounds right there for me. It's time to dip. And it's not going to like completely, you know, I'm not going to walk into the court and they're going to be like, turn around, Shah, you know, bend over. And then they just do one of these. You know what I mean? It's just going to be like, well, it sucks and it's sad and it's emotionally taxing. But at least both parties are willing to say, hey, let's waive rights for alimony because we're both making money here. And, you know, I don't want to, whatever. Or, you know, let's keep custody, something like this. He keeps his retirement. She keeps her retirement. Those are the divorce judgments I've read when it comes to two people working. And so it's like I have this kind of visceral reaction to it because it's like I always saw the child support and alimony orders for the guys who had that life. And then the kids are 5 and 7 and, you know, she pulls the ripcord. That guy got screwed over very, very badly. And then, of course, everybody's like, well, you know, of course you just up. I was watching a John Deloney episode on my way home from work. And it was about this guy didn't understand why his wife of like 15 years or something just blindsided him with wanting to get a divorce. And he's just like, you know, she didn't communicate any of this. And everybody in the comments was like, oh, he must have been doing something. Nobody just closes the door and walks out or whatever for no reason. He obviously wasn't paying attention to his wife. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're going to come at you with. And it's like if a guy just up and left because his wife wasn't giving him what he needed and he just walked out the door one day and says, I want a divorce. I can't do this anymore. I just have a feeling that the reaction wouldn't be the same. It'd be like, you're abandoning your family. They wouldn't give us that same, you know, courtesy on that end. What's a mother? Are you my mother? Robert Bright, just because the particular image of role model is unattainable in our age and time, does it mean that it's still not the proper role model? Well, proper role model or not, we do have to deal with, unfortunately, the realities that we live in. Yo, Raymond, thoughts in mind. Hey, I was watching your stream earlier. Sorry I didn't comment, man, but I did have it on. Thank you so much, sir. Remember to like and subscribe. Yeah, please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody here. Also, Raymond, man, great video. I was watching your video from this morning. It was a nice Saturday. I woke up and, you know, I turned over. I just put my TV on and saw that beautiful, beautiful just daily Raymond Thoughts and Mind video, and I just turned it on, and I was like, man, this is great. I even took a picture on my cell phone because I was going to put it in the Discord. And then I didn't because I was like, man, I already did one of these. But as proof, I will show you this. See, here it is right here. It's going to want to, right there. See that? There it is. There's that video. And it says, I had my son when I was 38. My only regret about being an older mom is not having grandparents around. So, yeah, man, shout out to you, Raymond. Thank you so much for being here. Karen took our last comment before we get back. Social media brain rot. We literally have devices now that enable MK Ultra to be 100 times more effective than back in the 70s. Crap, that reminds me. Cesar Quintana is going to come in here and ask me why I'm not wearing my blue light blocking glasses. Thank you, sir.
Megyn is correct about her fundamental observation that men are generally not attracted to ambitious, career-driven women. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that men will not marry those kinds of women. And I'm not saying that wives should never have jobs. In many households, both parents work out of financial necessity.
Okay, hey, shout out to him for saying that. Shout out to him for saying that.
There are also many different kinds of jobs that a woman might take on, which don't always require going to an office full-time. My own wife is right now working on organizing a fundraising gala for a Catholic homeschool hybrid academy. She enjoys it. She's good at it. It's a service that she's able to provide to support quality Catholic education, and she can do it at home. And I am caricatured by people like Megyn as believing that women should only ever do the dishes and laundry and nothing else, but that's not actually my view. I think a woman's first priority should be the children and the home, but that doesn't mean she can't do other things and pursue other vocations alongside that. And as I said, in many cases,
it does kind of sound like it's still, well, you know, women do this and men is the primary provider.
A family might feel that they need 2 full-time incomes in order to survive. I understand all of that, but this conversation is about ideals and about attraction. What is the ideal that men strive for? What qualities do they find attractive in a woman? So most
this is kind of what Robert Bright's talking about a little bit.
Men ideally would like to earn an income that would allow them to be the sole breadwinner in the home. Most men like the idea of being the provider. That ideal will not always become a reality, but it is the ideal. And as for attraction, men are not generally attracted to a woman's professional ambitions. And that's just not the quality that attracts a man to a woman. Now, that isn't to say that men are never attracted to...
You know, this is an interesting conversation about attraction, right? Because there's almost like 2 discussions here. There's, you know, the sexual attraction and then what makes for a good marriage partner. And you can almost argue that the same as the opposite. Women aren't really attracted to men for the money they bring either. You know, you can have this sort of genuine burning desire conversation. And this is why, you know, the Pookie and the Chad and the Tyrone sort of archetype is an archetype. You know what I mean? Because, yeah, they're not really bringing that. And it is sort of a, you know, going to a dingy apartment with not even a box spring and just a mattress on the ground and getting pounded out, so to speak. So it's not, it is not always the money, but they're looking at it for this kind of save me, you know, buzzer beater marriage here, where men on the other side haven't been protecting themselves against that. But he's calling that attraction. He's saying that men who have that, women, it sounds like what he's saying, have this genuine burning desire for a man like that, and that's what gets them going. Maybe he's not saying that. Maybe he's just saying that's what they see as far as a good pair for a marriage. But I think it's very easy for this conversation to sort of have this is where guys get confused, especially blue pill guys, to think, well, if I have this good job and do all this stuff, that she's actually going to like me, and it's not going to become like a dead bedroom or something.
Women with careers. What I'm saying is that the fact that a woman has a career attracts a man to a woman. Now, that isn't to say that men are never attracted to women with careers. What I'm saying is that the fact that a woman has a career will rarely be the thing, or even one of the things, that men find attractive about her. Okay? When a man is talking to his friends about a woman he's dating,
And I think a lot of that is because our culture, you know, encourages this gynocentrism and romantic chivalry type stuff to where it's like men are conditioned to, you're not a man if you're expecting her to bring anything to the marriage, contribution-wise. Your masculinity is in question. How dare you ask her what she brings to the table? It's your job to worry about the finances. Okay? So that's kind of what we've been having.
He's almost certainly not going to say any version of this. Dude, she's great. She takes her career really seriously. She's super ambitious. She has so much earning potential. Now, that's the kind of thing that a woman might say to her friends, maybe using different words, but that's the kind of idea that a woman might communicate to her friends about the man that she's dating. A man is not going to say that about a woman. As a man, I have never heard another man say anything approaching that about a woman that he's dating or married to.
See that? And this, to me, I feel like there's something off here.
About a woman.
And I think he's right. I think he hasn't heard a man say that. But going back, you know, there is this question about, you know, how rich is your father? Not, you know, not in so many words, but it's like, what is your family background? You know, what does the dowry look like in this situation? That was a concern of men for hundreds, thousands of years. And I think Matt Walsh is kind of missing this entire conversation. I mean, if you go back all through United Christendom, dowry was happening, you know, up until relatively recently, especially in some places. So it's like, I've never heard a man concerned with that. No, men have been concerned with that.
To her friends about the man that she's dating. A man is not going to say that about a woman. As a man, I have never heard another man say anything approaching that about a woman that he's dating or married to.
A woman that he's dating, you know, like if you go back into a traditional courtship, that is going to be part of the conversation. So I think what he's describing is this kind of gynocentric tradcon man, obviously, because that's what he is. But I think there is something to point out there that is a fault or a flaw in that model. Damn, you reached for them glasses right on time. Yeah, hey man, I got to remember to put them on. I've been doing a bad job. Klaus says, yeah, when marrying equal income is a requirement, it was just never appealing to me under current circumstances. My comment was meant as a reasoning why young men aren't interested in career women. Yeah, I hear that, man. I hear that. Robert Bright says, money can get her to lie down just fine, but it's muscles and things like that get her to enjoy herself. Yeah, I mean, so, you know, that's what a lot of people maybe aren't really conditioned to understand. It's just like, we make this money and do that, and then that's what's gonna make her like you and be attracted to you. And then women kind of take advantage of that, and they co-opt that sort of, I guess, narrative and thought to sort of lock down that provider guy. Murder of Crow says, weren't buzzer beater marriages preempted by shotgun weddings at some time? Just asking. Shotgun weddings were a thing, even up in San Francisco until relatively recently, like within the last 100 years or so. They still had shotgun weddings there. Back then, you know, it was different. You know, obviously there was no birth control. You're gonna make an honest woman out of her and all that kind of stuff. So that was a thing. And you know, there was more of a social pressure. Like if you were a guy and you were known to be doing this, then the rest of the community might shun you as well. I mean, again, there's probably not these super mega urbanized areas with hundreds of thousands of people to where you guys probably will. I mean, just in the same city over here, I mean, I've gone on dates with women. I've never seen them again. Not even running to each other across town, you know, but back then, like, you guys are in the same neighborhood, you know what I mean? And a lot, even our parents or grandparents can remember the entire neighborhood knowing I mean, our parents remember this, not even just our grandparents. So there was a whole different set of things going on there. At fault marriage laws probably helped a lot too. Just as far as like marriage not being this horrible deal. I'm just imagining like a shotgun wedding in 2025. Somebody should do an IG skit on that.
I've never heard that. Because men and women are different. They are looking for different things, Megyn. A man might be attracted to a woman with a career, but he's not going to be attracted to her because of her career. And a woman who puts her career before anything, a woman who prioritizes her professional ambitions above all else will be very unappealing to the vast majority of men. And I know that might be upsetting for you to hear, Megyn, but it's just true, okay? Because men and women are different and they want different things. The difference between the romantic interests of a man and of a woman,
I think it might be fair to say men and women have been conditioned differently.
Could perhaps.
Because what he's talking about is, you know, I feel like there's just a little gray area between this attraction and then also marriage. You know, I think marriage, this long-term family creation conversation is always a separate one from this sort of short-term, whatever the heck men and women hooking up or whatever conversation is.
Be best summarized this way. Here's a you know, kind of a thought experiment. If you give a man a choice between an attractive, sweet, kind, feminine grocery store cashier who makes $13 an hour
Okay,
and wants
so yeah, this is him saying it's okay for women to be hypergamous.
nothing more than to become a mother one day, or a high-powered, ambitious,
This is the great tradcon right here.
loud, rich corporate girl boss whose greatest dream is to be a CEO one day, most men, I'm telling you, will choose the former without hesitation.
Now, again, we would see some of that in the chat here, and I get it, but it's also because men have been conditioned essentially to be in this provider mindset all of the time. Now, listen, if you have a young, attractive woman who wants to be a mom and she works over here, you know, at the Starbucks or whatever, the grocery store cashier, and, you know, she's coming with the dowry that's pretty significant, absolutely, that's a good deal to take. That's what makes sense right there. He didn't mention that last part, though. He didn't mention that. Unfortunately, in the sort of family court situation that we're in, where as soon as you sign that contract, you and this grocery store cashier now are at the same class level. That's what that does. Everything gets merged. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm going to choose the other one who wants to be the CEO. And I'm going to be like, hey, sweetheart, how was work today? Did you do everything you needed to do to apply for that position, for that promotion? Oh man, I know that's horrible. And I'm going to make sure she gets into that CEO position. And if she tries, you know, all some kind of BS and I'm starting to get emotionally abused, then I might have to pull the ripcord on the marriage. And it might just be like this article we read last week about her paying me alimony. You know what I'm saying? It's just, unfortunately, I have to move like that in 2025. Okay, so that is what he's missing here in this equation. Murder of Crow says, oh, sorry. Girls, just be all that you can't be. Boys, be nothing that comes naturally.
They don't even need to go and consult their friends about it or think about it.
But again, this is the cultural conditioning that says it's okay for women to be hypergamous. It's not okay for men to defend against hypergamy. As long as she's feminine and looks like a tradwife, you should do it. Even if you spent years making your career and doing all this stuff, marry the grocery store cashier. Okay, this is what he's basically saying that our culture encourages.
Or pray about it. They're going to take the former. Okay, they're going to take the cashier. Now, if you give women the same choice.
Karen says, would you consider a woman earning a high salary at a corporate job as dowry? I'm asking in the context of our previous discussion. Now, it wouldn't be like a dowry proper. It would just be some measure of protection from the family courts. Now, again, it's still going to be a gamble. You can still get screwed over, you know, in other ways. Paternity, that can't fix paternity fraud. You know, that can't fix the toughness in custody. It might make it a little bit easier to get a 50-50 in custody in that situation. But again, I'm just looking at it. It really is just a protection, so to speak. It's not like a dowry proper where, you know, she comes with this and then you basically manage it. It's her endowment as a pre-mortem inheritance and you're managing that. I mean, this can save a kingdom. It can help, you know, people from this class, whatever, get another house or whatever they're going to do to make their lives easier. So it's not really a true dowry, but I would still take that before what the other thing is. That's just me personally. And, you know, again, we all have a decision to make, but I'm watching for that when I'm dating. The incessant and the thing is too, especially when it comes to combativeness, I think a lot of the boss babe combativeness issue too is those women still want to marry men that are making more money than them. So whatever the heck they're doing, and then they marry this guy who's still making a lot more money, so her money's kind of not that big of a deal to him. She's still going to be combative with him because it's still going to work out in her favor. She's not going to be paying that guy alimony. If it's around the same, I think it's going to be a different situation of being able to not put up with her crap so much, so to speak. Now, if she's making a hell of a lot more than you, then yeah, there might be some crap to put up with there. I don't know. Now, you could say, oh, you're not a man, you're not this. I'm just saying, I've just read way too many divorce judgments and divorce orders where it's just like, if I had to choose between the two, that is personally what I would do. Kyle Wells says, the incessant qualification and mealy-mouthed tiptoeing around these issues is going to stop. Even with the eunuchs at the Daily Wire, there's only so much long you can feign attraction to a woman's resume. And another thing about this too is that they're acting like there is this large amount of young tradwife women that want to be tradwives and aren't sort of cosplayers in themselves, and that there are all these virgin women out there just waiting. You know what I mean? I think their argument against me is like, well, we should be encouraging that, and if we encourage that, maybe there'll be more of them. I don't know. Doesn't seem like the case now. I'll tell you that. So again, it sort of comes off as like, well, you also got to try to find a unicorn and a needle in a haystack a little bit. So I don't really think the other thing exists that much, to be honest with you. Karen Takar says her money is her money and my money is also her money. Did I put this correctly? That's how they've been saying it. Your money's our money. My money's my money. The Western man is very familiar with that phrase. How dare you ask what she brings to the table?
The mild-mannered, unambitious guy working a cash register or the highly paid corporate go-getter, you're going to have a lot more takers for the latter option. A lot more.
Yeah, okay. That's the hypergamy, which our culture encourages.
Now, why is that? Am I saying that most women are greedy gold diggers looking for a rich man to bleed dry? Am I saying that most men are oppressive tyrants looking for some meek, helpless woman they can control? No. No on both counts. I'm saying that men and women are different and they want different things. Okay? A man is not looking for a business partner. He's not looking for someone to provide for him. He wants a wife. He wants a mother for his future child.
When you look at accounts of dowry and how people negotiated marriage and looked for marriage, I'm sorry, but there's this. Listen, I found a really funny photo, and I'm gonna put it in the Discord right now. I laughed at it so hard, but it kind of emphasizes a little bit about how this, sort of idea of marriage negotiation worked. It was very important about like, what did she come with? Damn, did I actually save the photo? It was hilarious. It was like a Lord of the Rings meme. I saw it on Facebook. Maybe I didn't. That's a bummer. I really wanted to share that with y'all. Oh no, I did save it. I think I did save it. Sorry guys, I gotta actually stop the show. And now I gotta figure out. Oh, here's saved. Oh, here it is. I did save it. Oh, sick. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put it in the Discord. Sick. Man, I'm so happy I saved it, guys. Sorry, I don't like to do mid-show things like this, but I think it's worth bringing up. All right. This is, it's just a meme or something I saw, and it was, if you guys are familiar with Lord of the Rings, I don't know how many people are. I like Lord of the Rings growing up. And this is Arwen talking to her dad, who I can't remember his name, but he's like the Elf King guy. Damn, how did I not remember his name? He was there. He saw the whole thing when the strength of men failed. Anyways, Daddy, I'm in love with Aragorn, and I want to marry him. And then he says, if it would make you happy, my child. And then she says, oh, thank you, Daddy. Aragorn asks whether you will give him Rivendell after our wedding. That's the dowry, basically. What? Give Rivendell to Aragorn? over my dead body. He's like, hell no. A few days later, and then it says, and then, if you're familiar with the movie, this is when the sort of council happens and the fellowship is formed. And the hobbits come in and they have the ring and they're like, what the heck do we do to this? And now these guys, including Aragorn, have to go on this crazy journey all the way to Mordor to try to cast this stuff into the fire. And yeah, some people are probably going to get hurt along the way. And so a few days later, after she asks him this, and then it says, and I wish you luck in this impossible to fulfill, deadly, dangerous, suicidal mission. See you later, Dad. And then he says, that's Aragorn. Goodbye, sucker. I don't know who Namariel is. We won't meet again. Hee, that halfling with the ring just came just in time. So again, women, not women, but men for most of history, this was a consideration in the marriage that was probably the key consideration for a lot of people. You know what I mean? This is what's called marrying, using reason instead of folly, basically. But yeah, this gave me a huge laugh. That was great. Shout out to whoever made that meme. All right, let's get in it.
Children. He wants a helpmate. He wants a woman, not a man.
Okay, he wants a helpmate. Now listen, my biblical verse scripture memory is a little hazy, but I think he's kind of going back to Genesis here, and this is, after they ate the apple, and there's a part in there somewhere where it's just like, listen, childbirth's going to be painful for you. You, man, you're going to have to till the field and all this kind of stuff as punishment, basically. And I think somewhere in there also, maybe somewhere in there it mentions, woman being a helpmate to the man. I did try to look up, does it specifically say protect and provide in the Bible? And I found different people that say yes. And then I found different verses. I went to look at the verses, but I don't see it explicitly written in there. I can see how maybe you would have to take it a step or two to interpret it that way, but it doesn't fully say that. You know what I mean? Proverbs 31 seems to indicate working in business done also by the women. So I don't know, but I think that's where he's getting this from.
This is not a new phenomenon. Megyn calls this desire of young men a problem that is coming up on the right. But it's not a problem, and it's not coming up. Kim Iverson responded in agreement with Megyn and said that she, quote, doesn't get this tradwife trend. But what she's calling a trend, or what Megyn says is just coming up,
and again, the tradwife trend to me is cosplay. That's how I'm looking at it.
Is in fact the norm. It's the way human society has been organized since the dawn of civilization.
That is a big statement to say right there. This is how it's been organized since the dawn of civilization. He is missing some key points here.
A young man seeking a woman who will have his children and prioritize raising them and keeping a home is doing the same thing that billions of other young men have done since time immemorial.
And again, he's missing the dowry here. He's also not mentioning anything about bride wealth paying civilizations, which again, the ancient Israelites were polygynous and paying bride wealth. But then, after the exile and the post-exilic period, they experienced urbanization. Then they hit monogamy and dowry, okay? And then the women are housebound, the plows on the field and everything like that. He's omitting a lot here. This is it's almost gaslighting. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but it kind of is.
Traditional approach is not some new fad invented by TikTok influencers, nor is it a far-right conspiracy. It is the way of human civilization.
The way marriage transactions go, and this is a fundamental part of marriage, that the vast majority of humans traditionally on this planet have practiced, especially from civilization, is the marriage transaction. Okay? The exchange at marriage of goods from one side to the other. He has neglected to mention this very, very important thing.
Young men, they want what their grandfather.
And then he's talking about, okay, so he talked about how it's not attractive for a woman to look at a man. He talked about a woman cashier and about how a guy would marry a woman cashier if she wants to be traditional. But then, a few phrases later, he talks about how a man is more attractive to a woman if he's a CEO versus if it was a boy cashier. See what I mean? Why can't the woman cashier and the boy cashier, who probably work at the same grocery store, link up like this? Frankly, that's what's supposed to happen. They're in the same class. That's how it's supposed to be, because there's supposed to be a check on hypergamy, which is what the dowry system did.
Fathers wanted, and what their grandfathers' grandfathers wanted, and what their grandfathers' grandfathers' grandfathers wanted.
Their grandfathers were paying attention to the dowry.
On and on through the ages. The trend, the fad, the new thing, Megyn, is feminism. However you feel about career women who find their value and purpose in the working world, there's no question that they are the ones doing something new.
As well as, gynocentrism seeping in and romantic chivalry, which definitely changed the guy's behavior on some level also, and really helped to enable feminism.
Feminism sent women out of the home and into cubicles and boardrooms. Feminism convinced many women to desire professional success over and above family and children. And now feminists are angry that men were not reprogrammed along with them. Okay? Men don't want what feminism is selling. You may think they should want it. You may want them to want it, but they don't. They look out and they see that ever since the rise of feminism, divorce rates have skyrocketed, birth rates have plummeted, 60 million babies are dead, and most people are, by every
got no-fault divorce
metric, much more miserable. And they don't want that. You cannot make them want it. And getting angry at them for not wanting it is, first of all, fruitless, second, arrogant, third, unfair, and fourth, foolish. Because these young men that Megyn is referring to have an innate desire to be providers.
Oh, see, ooh. Listen, it's one thing to have income coming in and working during the marriage, but the only thing that makes that fair is if she comes in with the dowry. That's the only thing that makes monogamy work. And also not having extremely corrosive family law courts also helps with monogamy, which we also do not have, right? So the thing that he's offering, a lot of this also I think is posturing, because he wants to this is me standing up against the feminist. But he's also trying to say, he's trying to be this loud because he doesn't want to let the MGTOW guys, the manosphere guys, have a better sell to the men, which is the marriage strike and men walking away. He's saying, no, men want to do these things. This is what men associate masculinity with. In 2025, where women take half the jobs, again, we have to look at something new here. And I'm trying to ground that in the wisdom and the history of the dowry. So men expecting something at marriage is not a mark against masculinity. It's only a well-reasoned take when it comes to negotiating the marriage deal, which, includes a very tangible material part of that.
Okay. That's why they are not especially interested in women who put their careers first. They want to provide. The desire to provide.
They want to provide. See, they're gonna harp up on that. And listen, I gotta be honest. Like, when I hear protect and provide from someone, my ears start to perk up a little, and I think, okay, gynocentrism. This is a gynocentric, romantic, chivalrous sort of gaslight right here. And it's what I'm doing is I'm focusing on this provide part, and I'm like, let's really look at this provide part. I can look at the protection part. That's one thing, but the provide part is the part we really need to scrutinize. And this is where dowry history really gives us a different view on this. Okay?
It is a noble desire. Even if many of these men will end up splitting the financial load with their wives in some way, still the desire to provide is noble, and it should be encouraged, not shamed.
Let's definitely start talking to those family courts there and get it figured out to stop screwing over providers. That would be really nice to hear from you, Matt Walsh, just, as an aside to this.
It's not sad. There's nothing sad here, Megyn. These young men are experiencing a deep, ancient yearning, a yearning to leave home and find a wife and become one flesh, as the scripture says, and then to have children and carry on their bloodline, and then to go back out into the world on a mission to provide for their family, thereby fulfilling their destiny as men. This desire is primal and timeless. It is not a primal, timeless desire for a colleague.
I don't even know if you can technically say it's primal. Maybe it is. I think there's a primal desire to want to do good to your family. You know what I mean? And that kind of familial love, so to speak, for your children. But I don't know. I don't know exactly about that. I think he kind of takes large swaths of history and then kind of puts a spin on it and says this is what it's been the whole time.
Or a business partner. It is a desire for a wife, a woman he can provide for and fight for and conquer the world for. And in return,
yeah, see that's sounding a little bit like this. Sorry, man. I love the picture on this. This is, by the way, Post Millennial Man and I are going to be having a discussion on this book. We'll be doing multiple parts on his channel.
In return, he wants a woman who will have his children and raise and love them and prioritize them above anything and show him appreciation and respect and affection.
This is the Tradcon deal. This is the Tradcon sell. This is the blue pill fantasy. You know, Coach talks about the bait and switch. Coach shows us the marriage wheel. And this is kind of the fundamental flaw with a lot of this stuff, unfortunately.
That's what young men want. That's what any man wants. And they should be allowed to say that out loud.
Hell no. I want Rivendell. That's what I want. And I should be allowed to say that out loud and not, you know, say my masculinity is threatened.
Okay, men are allowed, any man wants. And they should be allowed to say that out loud. Okay.
This is what you need to say out loud right here, folks. This is what you need to say out loud. All right? All right, you know what I'm saying? You need to get her all like into you. You know what I'm saying? And then when she starts dropping the whole marriage thing and she wants marriage, you need to be like, baby, I love you. You know, I really can see us getting married and, oh, we're going to have beautiful kids together and it's going to be amazing. You're going to be a queen. Then you got to be in there and be like, oh, you know, by the way, is your dad going to give us Rivendell? Men should not be afraid to ask. Aragorn asks whether you will give him Rivendell after our wedding. Abso-freaking-lutely. At the wedding. Not when he passes away, at the wedding.
Men are allowed to talk about what they want and what
yes. And in this case, Rivendell is what we
need
want.
In relationships. But the problem is that every time a man talks about that, you've got women like Megyn Kelly who get upset about it. They get angry. They get like, how dare men have any needs, have anything that they want?
How dare men ask for a dowry or some kind of contribution at the wedding?
In any of this.
Or prior to the marriage.
Almost every young man wants this until our feminist matriarchal society beats it out of him or convinces him that he can never have it. He can never have.
I can imagine somebody's like great-great-great-grandfather. Like, let's say they just appeared one day in the household and, you know, and then, you know, he's in the house like, oh my God, my great-great-great-grandfather is here. And then somebody's getting married. And he's like, oh, he's getting married. Oh, that's interesting. So who's the person from? Okay. And then the great-granddad's like, so, and then what's the dowry? And I'm like, well, what do you mean dowry? What's that? And he's like, you guys are having a wedding without a dowry? So how does that supposed to work? That guy, like, his mind would just be like, what the hell? There's no dowry? Are they even serious about marriage? Why would you even consider this? This is a terrible proposal. The whole family would just be there like flabbergasted, like, what the hell is going on? What's great-great-granddad talking about?
Have the thing that his grandfather had, and that his grandfather's grandfathers had.
Oh no, Matt, sir, you are mistaken about what his grandfather's grandfathers had.
And his grandfather's grandfathers had.
Oh no, it is grandfather's grandfathers. Matt, sir, do we have some literature for you?
And on and on and on. So if you want to know why so many young men are demoralized and depressed and broken, it's because for their whole lives
It's because feminists expect men that pay more and make more. And because gynocentric tradcons like yourself expect young men to pay more and meet those delusional demands. And his grandfather and his grandfather's grandfather never had that much pressure, financial pressure expected of them when it came to marriage, Matt.
Been told that what they want down at the deepest level of their soul, they should not want and they cannot have.
And what they should be wanting is a dowry. And they are owed that. It's not even about cannot have. They are owed that. if marriage is going to be on the table.
Every man before them in history could have it, but not them.
Yes, when it comes to the dowry. All right, when it comes to this is probably the only time you will see me being chivalrous. All right, when it comes to this. We're going to get her out of these clothings, and she's going to be back into the station she used to be, with beautiful fabrics on her, adorned with jewelry and gold and all kinds of different gems. So when she comes to the marriage, this is what she blesses the marriage with. Shout out to Mr. Pitt. Thank you, sir.
We're too enlightened for that now. The feminists took over, and they know better.
We're too enlightened for that now. And who did that enlightening? Was it you, Matt Walsh, or was it the good men of the manosphere who were silenced so many times but kept coming back because they didn't give up? You know what I mean? When the folks like A Voice for Men was shut down and taken off the internet, or countless people were banned. Who put that into the mainstream? Was it Matt from the Daily Wire, or was it these other folks?
They know better than our ancestors knew. They know better than the combined wisdom of all human history. That's
combined wisdom of human history. I swear, I heard no human history in here. All I heard was Matt's opinion and saying this is what it was all the time. I heard no human history.
Message that these young men hear.
There was a lot of anthropology missing from this.
You want to talk about sad, Megyn? That's sad. That is a tragedy.
So again, this is what men are caught in the middle of. They're caught between Megyn Kelly. They're caught in between this guy. And then in the next video we're going to watch, we're going to see the progressive liberal feminists and how we're caught on it on that side.
Of catastrophic proportions. There's nothing wrong with what these young men want.
And he's just trying to tell you what you're supposed to want, but he's not giving you the full picture.
There's something very wrong with the culture that tells them they shouldn't want it. And that is why Megyn Kelly is today, sadly, canceled.
Oh, crap. I didn't mean to go somewhere else. Let's go back. Okay, here we are. That was just his channel. Okay, so, I wanted to start this off just showing the tradcon on tradcon stuff here, okay? And you got to remember, right? For a long time, it's like, the reason the tradcon woman can be an undercover feminist is because the tradcon man is himself, you can call an undercover feminist, or maybe more accurately, a gynocentrist. His gynocentrism enables the wife's sort of cosplay traditionalism dressing of feminism, the undercover feminist. It is because of guys like him. And he really didn't offer anything different in this video, unfortunately. He even pretty much outright endorses hypergamy, which the dowry system is the check against. The dowry system is the check against that. So we got to see that. Next up is going to be, man, that Donald Trump clip was hilarious. Is going to be this. We're going to look at a feminist, the progressive feminist liberal taking a look at this sort of storm from across the, the fence there. From their side, and we're gonna see what they gotta say, okay? And then we're gonna go into red pill stuff here. So, man, that was 1 hour and 47 minutes. We better get moving on this. Let me just try to catch up with the chat real quick. Then we're gonna read these comments. Well, let's just read these comments now, then I'll catch up with the chat. Never forget that half of these people considered right wing these days were all liberals 2 seconds ago. Can 100% confirm I would choose the cashier over the girl boss. Megyn is wrong when she says women don't judge other women's choices. Women are constantly criticizing other women. Pro-choice means pro the choices I agree with. My wife wanted to work, wanted to get a med degree, wanted to pursue that path. I supported her. We had our first kid. One night as she got closer to the end of maternity leave, she looked at me and said, I was lied to. I don't want to go back to work. This is so much better. My stay-at-home wife gets judged by almost every woman she knows for being a stay-at-home mom. The fact that she would even say women aren't doing this to other women is a joke. Remember when you got married to start a family and not ship your kid off to daycare? Men don't want what feminism is selling, correct? I am a 33-year-old woman, mother to an 8-year-old boy. I have also been in the field of logistics for 7 years. I have a family and a career, yet I agree with Matt 100%. His assessment is spot on. You know what younger conservative women need for a role model? A father. That's a pretty good one. Based, who would have guessed? A man doing well for himself isn't looking for a business partner. He wants a wife and a mother to his children. Shocking. I don't know why it's so hard to understand. Men prefer women who would value family first. Okay, so, you know, I think this is pretty much what we could expect from a tradcon following of a tradcon. But so we've looked at it from their side now. I think we've given it a fair shake. And we're going to move into the sort of feminist sphere here. And, you know, and listen, I haven't even watched this whole thing. I just watched enough of it to know where I wanted to react to. But sometimes both sides of this can say things that might make some sense. And, you know, other times they say things that we don't agree with. So I'm trying to give both of these sides a fair shake here and see what they got to say and what of it might make some sense. And what of it doesn't. So let's see. And then real quick, just to finish up, man, I think I missed a lot of chats here. I'll try to get through them quickly. Marcus Gray says Giselle cheated on Tom Brady with the guy who makes less money, and she got pregnant. She's a millionaire, and he owns a jiu-jitsu school. I'm with Shah on this. She needs to make money. Yeah, I do wonder what their divorce decree looked like. I'm sure Tom Brady was shielded from a lot of the financial pitfalls of that, seeming how he married into a woman that was probably within his class. Now, of course, the emotional stuff still sucks, but that would, you know, be there anyways if she was, you know, the grocery store cashier. Possibly. Matt had to attach these sort of caveats of, and she really wants to be a tradwife and really wants to be this. But then one day they wake up and, you know, they're calling John Deloney and they're just like, I don't understand. I feel like my husband's not giving me what he needs. I gave birth to 2 kids and I've done all these things and I feel like I'm taking care of a child. And then you're dealing with that, you know, he's staring down the barrel of family court. Murder of Crow says, did anyone forget about the time and attention? Probably not her. Do the rings of powder say we gotta love the orcs extra hard too? Shah Matt neglects a lot of stuff. We have a real hot cashier at the local deli. So nice to look at, but the moment she opens her mouth, so no to the cashier. I'll ask this and then take a break, but isn't a feminism just womanism? Maybe you could say that. Imagine being so shallow to wish for some sort of sanctuary. Elena says financial and social pressure. Tradcons don't see they did something wrong. Murder of Crow says, side note, I looked up dowry on Lyric's website and found no more than 30. All that I looked into were about wailing and gnashing of teeth. Yeah, I'm sure. Again, you know, Lady Dowry gets a very bad name out here. And again, we're coming at it like this. And someone needs to stand up for her in this current culture that just seems to have a problem with her. And I'm tired of that. Okay, let me just take a sip of water here, and then we're going to go ahead and get over to our second feature of the show. Oh man, what a beautiful Saturday it was. I went on a run today. I'm trying to trim up because, you know, I got to do something next Saturday. And I have been having a lot of fun with the food here, but I've been real strict, and it's coming off nicely. So got that going on. All right, we're going to start.
I guess there's a little bit of,
and this is called Tradwife War, Ripping Conservatives Apart. And this is from the Majority Report. You know, I don't know if you guys watch some of this stuff. I tend to watch a few of these folks on this side just to kind of understand their point of view. Sam Cedar's not in this video, but I do find his conversations interesting. I think he's pretty sharp. So, you know, I tend to watch their stuff sometimes.
a feud.
But he's not in this video. It's going to be his co-host, Emma Vigeland.
Right-wing media right now. The Daily Wire is in deep financial trouble.
Allegedly, I guess.
Candace Owens left them and is having a lot more success on her own.
Brett Cooper's also rebounded very quickly when she started her own independent channel.
It's turns out
that's interesting. I haven't paid attention to that. I mean, I haven't really looked at their channels or numbers, but I think Candace Owens is doing pretty well.
that some of these like major
Maybe you don't need the Ben Shapiro sauce.
or other networks, I mean, frankly, even TYT, like what?
If I remember correctly, I think her or Sam Cedar got their start at TYT. And then, then they did their own thing.
Is being offered.
It's kind of a similar like Daily Wire and then leaving sort of deal.
By being employed by these media online kind of conglomerates that they'll maybe take a cut of your YouTube revenue to optimize how your videos are going to come up, as was the case in the past with the Majority Report. But we're kind of past the point where that's really even necessary. And it's not entirely clear that that's effective in the way that it once was or needed in the way that it once was. There's a big rise in independent media across the board. Like we're seeing it in sports media too. John Boy or Barstool Sports, they're outliving their usefulness. You can just be an independent creator and not have these middleman companies take out so much of the value in the middle and hoard it at the top. And
own the IP at the
and own the IP. That's the other part is that Brett Cooper couldn't hold on to her YouTube channel after she left the Daily Wire.
Damn, that sucks.
Because they own.
I think Candace Owens' YouTube channel, she was able to keep it, or she made a new one when she went to Daily Wire. Mr. Pitt says Zook Davis did an excellent series of videos about the Brett Cooper drama. I should check that out.
Zach Lowe went to the Ringer. He can't call his show the Zach Lowe Show anymore. It's now the Zach Lowe Podcast. All sorts of things. It's always things like that, which is just ridiculous.
Karen Takar says Candace was forced out of the Daily Wire. We all know what she is doing recently, targeting a specific group. Same with Brett Cooper. She was forced out. Yeah, I've seen some of that stuff with Candace Owens, and that was part of the issue. I know there was a thing with the Christ is King, and I remember seeing like Andrew Clavin talking about that or something. But yeah, it's, I think Ben Shapiro took issue with that and got rid of her. Brett Cooper, I'm not sure if it was for the same reason. I don't think so. I don't know. I think Brett Cooper might have been something different, but I am not sure.
That, capitalists can just own things like that.
Yeah. And so Candace Owens has left. She is a top 5 political podcast in the country, God help us. And she's differentiating herself from her former Daily Wire counterparts by also criticizing Israel's genocide in Gaza from an anti-Semitic angle, oftentimes, which is deeply concerning. But that is part of where she's found her niche. Even the polling bears it out. Young Republicans are against tax dollars going to Israel's genocide in Gaza, not on humanitarian grounds like the left is, but they're against it, and in growing numbers. It's that Pew poll had it around 50% for Republicans 18 to 49 years old who have a negative view of Israel. So with all of that said, I do think that the Daily Wire crew is struggling for relevance. Let's start with Megyn Kelly.
All right, yeah, let's get to the subject.
Who made this post about Tradwives that really pissed off Matt Walsh.
This was happening on the right. Young women, I talk to young conservative women all the time about their lives and their goals and, the things that they want. And what's happening is they can't find men.
Sorry, I heard a siren, and I was like, that's from the actual video.
Who are maybe more conservative. Usually they're looking for somebody who is religious. A lot of conservative women tend to be God-loving conservative.
God, I got to start that over real quick.
Who are all the time about their lives happening on the right. Young women, I talk to young conservative women all the time about their lives and their goals and, the things that they want. And what's happening is they can't find men who are maybe more conservative. Usually they're looking for somebody who is religious. A lot of conservative women tend to be God-loving conservatives.
again, I can't say for sure, but I think this might have something to do with the hypergamy angle, which Matt Walsh himself basically endorsed in the last video. They might be able to find some religious guys, but unfortunately, you know, if religion tells you to be humble and be meek and you're not better than working at the grocery store, a lot of these women might see that and say, well, I don't want to marry the guy working at the grocery store, unfortunately. So yeah, maybe they can't find guys who are religious and God-fearing and also not working at the grocery store, but are, you know, making buco bucks somewhere. I think she might be, you know, maybe forgetting that third part.
And they can't find a lot of young men who want to marry a working woman now.
Okay, especially a working woman who wants a man that's making more than them.
This is an actual problem that's coming up on the right. And to me, it's so sad because it's like, how did we get to the point where we're now telling young, conservative, amazing women that they're not attractive if they also work, if they choose to, let's say, do what I'm doing and what you're doing?
Because, you know, Coach has that great intermission video where it shows that guy, and it's like a news thing, and he's asking, so how come now that women are working and when it comes time to marry a guy that's making less than them, it's dating down? You know what I mean? I love that clip that he shows. But before that, it was okay for men to get married to a woman that didn't make as much.
And like get their voice out there. But I'll stick with me just because I think conservatives listening to this will like the thought of another Megyn Kelly voice up and coming.
You know, and the problem is, it's like are they telling these working women to marry men that if he happens to be at the grocery store, are they giving the opposite? No, they're going to say men and women are different and men want to be providers instinctually and by nature. And that's the angle that they're going at. We just heard Matt Walsh say that, but so they're having trouble finding these guys because, again, they're making this money and they're expecting the men to make more and be all these things. Murder of Crow says, don't you ever notice what's really going on? Just remember to never forget.
Well, why wouldn't we want that? Why would we take somebody who's talented in this field and really wants to make a difference?
Well, you know, listen, if you're going to go at this from the gynocentric tradcon's angle, you could say we want that because it opens up more jobs for men. And if what Matt Walsh is saying is correct, that men want to be these providers, then women taking away jobs from men in the market make it harder economically to be providers. And it's just not going to work. And he's going to say, well, men and women are attracted to men who make more or have this to offer. So all things will be naturally right. If we're going to say that that's right, that's probably what he would say back.
And have the messaging to her be, you're really not that valuable unless you give it up and go into the home and only have a family and only raise a family. And not only are we sending her that message, but young men are actually believing that. They're actually believing it, especially on the right, because like the trad mom has gotten so popular. And it's like, no, if we do that, we're not going to have any strong conservative or right-leaning women to provide.
If we do that, if the trad mom, which is getting popular, according to her, if we do that, we're not going to have any strong right-leaning women. That's interesting.
Role model for younger conservative.
Are the other women not strong? You know, so she's saying that the other role model isn't helping women be strong into something. It's interesting.
Women.
Because it kind of sounds like strong boss babe feminist. But we know she's a feminist. Again, she was against Trump and his war on women and all that. She had the short hair. She was wearing all white. She was sitting in the middle.
Who, and there's nothing to apologize for here, don't necessarily want to spend all their 20s and their 30s getting married and having kids, or can't. They just weren't able to meet somebody, and definitely
they just weren't able to meet somebody who was making more money than them, even though they were working. It just doesn't make any sense.
Don't need to be shamed over it.
Oh, you did that? I thought somebody did that to the clip that I pulled.
The men in the audience are like, what the hell are you talking about? Can you stop bringing your woman business into our political commentary? Because
so this is the feminist side. Okay, so she's going to look at Megyn Kelly and be like, well, you've been supporting guys that want to take away women's rights the whole time. And what did you think was going to happen?
Like, you know, we like you again, Megyn, now that you kind of came back to Trumpland. You were in 2016, you were bleeding out of your wherever. You were besmirching the good name of Roger Ailes by talking about his systemic sexual harassment in the workplace, including towards yourself, and being a little bit too mouthy, you dumb bitch. So let's get back.
Yikes. The B word.
Back to the Trump love. That's what we're all here for. And what we also love about Donald Trump is the fact that he enables guys like Andrew Tate and brings them back into the country, that he appoints guys like Pete Hegseth, who has a police report against him, although not proven in a court of law, but that the woman says that she was drugged by him in the police report when she went to the nurse and talked about it.
Okay, so I didn't know, but it sounds like there's some allegations against Pete Hegseth.
Where she said that he blocked the door and took her phone and sexually assaulted her. And there have been other examples of these kinds of accusations being made towards countless people in the Trump orbit. They like...
I mean, maybe, but unfortunately, some of the disasters of the Me Too movement have unfortunately made a lot of these accusations when they come out. I don't even know if unfortunately, I mean, frankly, at this point, it's probably the correct thing to happen, that people, I think, pay less attention to those kind of Me Too style things. Again, maybe not. We'll see it once it's proven, but we've seen too many disaster cases here. We saw it with Kavanaugh. That was a circus. And you got to remember, like, people that are on the Democrat side, these people are reeling from a loss, right? Like, they need to be embarrassed. And frankly, they've been pretty quiet, but they need to figure out, like, what the hell you guys did wrong. Why did everybody go the other way? A lot of people got sick of their stuff. They're just too far off the other end. And so people were like, screw that. We'll go for the other person. So, they're going to try to sit here and look for, anything that's a problem and say, see, we were right the whole time. But they got a lot of work to do on their side of the deal here, so to speak. Double speak galore. Who would have thunk? I genuinely feel like this back and forth between left and right, feminists and anti-feminists, Protestants and Orthodox, etc., is just a smokescreen. How are we going to solve any problem then? I mean, I think if kind of what you're saying is in the sense of like that they do kind of live off each other and then nothing really changes, so to speak. At least it seems that way, a lot of the times. And it's sort of very convenient for them, and they both kind of keep it there as long as nobody touches the sort of outside bubble here of gynocentrism and starts pushing on that. The minute you start doing that, both this person and the Matt Walshes and the Megyn Kellys of the world and a lot of other people you could think of, that's when they start piling up on you. And that's why they don't, like the manosphere types and this and that. Matt Walsh is trying to come in there and intercept the audience from the manosphere guys and bring him over to the Daily Wire and get him into tradcon gynocentrism and put a cap on that instead of letting them go the other way. So,
like that. In fact, it's ideologically consistent with the people that are coming up on the right in the manosphere space.
There it is. Remember, guys, the manosphere is what I think puts a little bit of fear into both sides of the equation here.
In very neatly together because they are one and the same. Like, I love how she just sometimes peeks her head out from this, because she's...
It's funny how she wants to call the manosphere one and the same with the tradcons. On the other end, the tradcons will call the manosphere one and the same with feminists. It's very, very interesting.
Smart enough to understand that her side is misogynistic, but like don't even bother, because this is they're gonna come at you, because if you're gonna be a Republican conservative influencer, Megyn, just buy fully in. You're not going to be able to combat this tide because misogyny is inherent.
The manosphere is getting bigger, and there's less tolerance, especially for the undercover feminist, which, on its own puts pressure on guys like Matt Walsh. It's like, you have to say something. You got to try to call this back. But ultimately, Matt Walsh's sort of doesn't even actually have a solution. It's just like, let's go back, or, women should be submissive and this and that. And it does sound very much like what Coach Greg Adams calls the hope strategy.
Into their political project, especially right now. But those comments made Matt Walsh theocrat, Christian theocrat on staff, I should say, at the Daily Wire, who doesn't like the idea of this woman pushing back against the idea that men should want women that are in the home.
Common Sensible says women are going to back themselves into a corner in time where people just stop believing them. Yeah, I think you see a lot of that now. That's why men especially are walking away. I mean, that, nothing I think scares these folks more than MGTOW. Even the sort of alpha simp red pill gurus still, coach men in a sense to work hard, do the self-improvement hamster wheel, and then that way you can, sleep with women if you want. I tend to say they're telling men to meet these delusional standards, but it tends to be more of a short-term thing. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes they'll sell it as long-term too, but I think enough red pill guys have admitted that they don't have a solution for marriage and this and that. I mean, some of them will try to say, well, masculine frame and this, and if you're red pill and it's super alpha, then, she's not going to leave you, competition anxiety, dread game, all this kind of stuff. But ultimately, their end of it just leads to like, ideally being able to sleep with, a bunch of chicks and short term. And it's about mastering this covert sort of communication and not being super at least overtly gynocentric and blue pilled. Right. So MGTOW, on the other hand, is when men are like, no, we'll do what we want to do, but we're walking away from marriage, especially, or this kind of traditional provider thing, because we're shooting ourselves in the foot every time we do it. That's what scares these people more than anything.
A man is not looking for a business partner. He's not looking for someone to provide for him. He wants a wife. He wants a mother for his future children. He wants a helpmate. He wants a woman, not a man. This is not a new phenomenon. Megyn calls this desire of young men a problem that is coming up on the right. But it's not a problem.
I mean, don't cut back, but I think the helpmate line.
Okay, listen, guys, I want you to pay attention to this. This is the reason I decided to react to this. All right, this is the reason.
We need to circle back to that one because I think
so. Hear what this guy says. This is some co-host guy.
Desire of young men a problem that is coming up on the right. But it's not a problem.
I mean, don't cut back, but I think the helpmate line, we need to circle back to that one because I think that's kind of revealing.
It's revealing also that what do men
Fold my
want?
socks.
What do men want? Does it matter what the woman wants? I don't know.
Read the Bible.
See, that's the feminist. Yes, it does matter what the man wants.
Yeah.
And it's not coming up. Kim Iverson.
Typically, both people's wants should be, addressed and figured out together.
And responded in agreement with Megyn and said that she, quote, doesn't get this tradwife trend. But what she's calling a trend, or what Megyn says is just coming up, is in fact the norm. It's the way human society has been organized since the dawn of civilization. A young man seeking a woman who will have his children and prioritize raising them and keeping a home is doing the same thing that billions of other young men have done since time immemorial. This traditional approach is not some new fad invented by TikTok influencers, nor is it a far-right conspiracy. It is the way of human civilization. These young men, they want what their grandfathers wanted, and what their grandfathers' grandfathers wanted, and what their grandfathers' grandfathers' grandfathers wanted, and on through the ages.
Okay, here it is.
The trend,
that's coming up when they react.
The new thing, Megyn, is feminism.
And I'll just say this is historically absolutely not true.
Okay, see that? So he's going to take issue with what he said is historically true. Now let's hear the feminist progressive liberals on this.
And I'll just say, this is historically absolutely not true. You look at, say, the 1800s. The thing wasn't, I just need to find the best helpmate to raise my kids. No, it's which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah. What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Did y'all hear that? Did you guys hear that? That's damn right. Yeah, that's what it was. Now, they're making fun of it. They still are not standing up for Lady Dowry or showing her the respect that she really deserves. Okay? But I love that feminists can be, maybe a kind of useful thing here to at least point this out against the tradcons. Now, they're still going to say that that's messed up, or they don't believe, they don't want to go back to that or whatever. But I heard that and I was like, oh, amazing. Now, of course, they're saying that disparage, in a sort of disparaging way as if that's bad. But why is it bad when a man asks, what does she bring to the table?
It's feminism.
Because you got to remember, the feminists are hypergamous too. The tradcon gynocentrist here is hypergamous
I'll
too.
just say, like, this is historically absolutely not true. You look at, like, say, the 1800s. The thing wasn't, I just need to find the best helpmate to raise my kids. No, it's which one of these broads has the richest father?
Hear that? Which one of these broads has the richest father?
What's the dowry situation?
This is my other sound
One of
effect.
these broads
This is now a new sound effect on the channel. This is now a new sound effect.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah, exactly. That's what men were doing. And this is where, I wanted to show in this video that they got something right. They got something right here. Look at that. The feminist side, the liberal progressive side, they remembered something.
Yeah. What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Yeah, let's get to the brass tacks here. Why is it a problem? Why is it a problem to ask for that? Is it really so much of a problem?
Dowry situation. Let's get down to brass tacks here.
The next time a woman's trying to sell themselves, or whether it's a tradcon who's trying to tell you, I want to get married and I'm looking for a traditional provider man, or it's a feminist who's trying to get you into marriage and she wants you making more than her. This is the question you need to ask her.
What's the dowry situation? Let's get down to brass tacks here.
When marriage comes up, if you're the guy making more money,
what's the dowry situation? Let's get down to brass tacks.
I want you guys to remember that. And this is what a masculine man does right here. This is what masculine men have been doing throughout the ages.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Is your father going to give me Rivendell when we get married? Because if the answer is no, then I'm going to have to consider other marriage prospects. You know what I'm saying? I like you, but I also can get over you. And there's a lot of other ladies out here that may have more to offer than you do. Remember that. I gotta hear it one more time.
And I'll just say, like, this is historically absolutely not true. You look at, like, say, the 1800s. The thing wasn't, I just need to find the best helpmate to raise my kids. No, it's which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah, okay, fine. And are women not doing that today? Which one of these guys is making the most money? Matt Walsh said it's basically okay. He says it's okay that women want the CEO instead of the nice religious guy or whatever. He didn't say religious, but the boy working at the grocery store, right? The grocery store cashier or bagger. It's okay when women do it. Why is it not okay when men ask this?
What's the dowry situation? Let's get down to brass tacks.
Then
here.
suddenly it goes against our nature because men want to provide. We have this primal need to do that. Meanwhile, men throughout history.
What's the dowry situation? Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Okay, so they accidentally, hit this on accident in their quest to prove Matt Walsh, the fool here. But again, this is something that is an Achilles heel for both of them. And the reason is because both of them are hypergamous. And dowry and that system is the check against hypergamy. That's the only way monogamy works. Fortunately, monogamy doesn't just work on hope and dreams. Monogamy works on the dowry. And that literally is how it goes down. Otherwise, there's no monogamy. There's going to be higher divorce. There's all this stuff. That's really how it goes. That's what we see in the anthropological literature. Dan the Man says, play the song. I'll make
What's
sure to play
the
it at the
dowry
end.
situation? Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Yeah, beautiful.
And
Yeah.
Right. And so, we can go back to it a little more.
you will notice that we're about a minute and 20 seconds in, and he has not mentioned what women want at all.
And here, for any young men watching, we're going to tell you which of these folks is right after this.
However you feel about career women who find their value and purpose in the working world, there's no question that they are the ones doing something new. Feminism sent women out of the home and into cubicles and boardrooms. Feminism can.
I'll just say, like, my great grandmother was part of people who you look at, like, early organizing among, like, farmers and stuff like that. A lot of that is driven by women, and there's some sort of household chores issues that maybe men are out in the field, women are more like closer to the telephone, newly invented telephones and that sort of stuff.
And then, during Bridewell, way back, women were on the fields more. Then plow came, and then men were on the fields.
But the truth is that women's role in all this stuff has always been significant and then subsequently underplayed.
And also, but he's just describing capitalism. He's just describing, why do women have to work now? Do you think that, like...
Oh, right, yeah.
I mean, a lot of families would prefer to have a single income household.
Right.
I think a lot of maybe women would maybe do part-time work or something like that in an idea, or the man would do part-time work and the woman would work full-time, because childcare is so damn expensive that not having to pay for it is sometimes even more financially sensible for a family.
Well, and then back then also, the family intergenerationally was more involved. Grandparents can help out while they were really young too, which was another thing. And I don't think there's too much of that now, so people have to rely on childcare.
And having dual incomes, although that's a rarity these days, it's just kind of necessary. So you have to rely on things like family, friends, neighbors, because we don't have universal childcare in this country. It's the problem of capitalism.
Yeah. See, for her, everything has got to be universal this, universal that. And it's like we live in this really like gray area when it comes to that. Like, here's the tough thing, even about the dowry coming back today, is we live in a world with like Social Security. Part of the dowry in some places too, especially, was the son-in-law gets a dowry, but he also agrees to be there and help her parents in their old age. You know what I mean? And we saw this in the case of Cyprus. I talked to Paul Elam about that in the second episode we did about what she brings to the table. Nowadays, the money that you might save up for something like this, like, there's not this individual elder care isn't there so much, but what we have is this collective elder care. That's what Social Security is, right? All the young people work and they pay out of their tax and it goes into Social Security, and that pays out to take care of the elderly. And we maybe did this on a more individual family level back then, when it was like, okay, part of the marriage contract includes that, her parents are going to live here, your parents are going to live there, and this is what they're entitled to. They are going to sign this over as part of the dowry or something like that, or whatever it is, or this is going to be the son's portion, but they do need to be looked after and taken care of in their elderly and infirm, status as they get older. Now we have Social Security. We have this like weird sort of everybody needs to do everything individually, but we also have these like collective things. We have like collective welfare, and we all pay taxes to that. And it's like, obviously the left wants to push for more of these. They want to lean into the collective thing. Well, we need collective childcare now. Well, back then you helped take care of the elderly. They helped take care of small kids while you guys are maybe doing other tasks, and the whole family works together. Now it's different. The mom and dad get Social Security, then they maybe move to Florida or somewhere for their retirement. You guys are living in some other state, then you're paying childcare, or, these people are on welfare. The whole way we do our system is completely different. And some folks are trying to push against that. Some folks are trying to lean into that. These folks are trying to lean into that with the childcare.
Also, because women's labor and labor in the home has never been prioritized by capitalism, even though that kind of labor...
Prioritized by capitalism. I don't know. I could be mischaracterizing what she's saying, but again, it's like, if you are in this kind of single income situation, again, for that to be legitimate, her family still needs to provide a dowry to at least get the household started. Then the man comes in and pays all the bills. But all right, we haven't been doing dowry, and we've lived in this amazing economy that the boomers got, whatever, where, a guy can go and start working at a normal job and then, make plenty of money to pay for a house and pay for all these things. And if it's something where it's like, oh, well, what about all the women's labor? And shouldn't she be paid for her labor? But capitalism forgets that. Well, it's like, okay, if she's paid for her labor from the husband, then the money she's making should go back into the house, because if she's, any working adult needs to pay for their rent, needs to pay for their car payment, needs to pay for their cell phone, their internet, and all these kinds of things. So apparently all those things could be covered for you, but it's still labor that, oh, you're getting gypped on and you're not getting anything for it, whatever. It would still all go back into the house anyways. At least it should. I mean, what are you going to spend that on?
Of child rearing and of household care has been it's the bedrock of our society. Without it, it's very.
And they haven't been paid for it. They got screwed over from the dawn of time. Oh, their own kids, they should be getting paid for that. And then they get to keep the money. Meanwhile, the guy still pays the entire mortgage, pays all the other bills in the house. And the money that you pay me for that doesn't get put back into nothing. I keep that money.
Difficult for us to kind of create families, which is what they say they care about. The problem is capitalism, because two incomes sometimes can't sustain a family, let alone one.
And, that I'll give her. Two incomes nowadays needs to be the norm for a lot of people. Matt Walsh basically said that himself for a lot of people. And I mean, the people that he's saying that's a thing for that's like the bulk of people right there.
Convinced many women to desire professional success over and above family and children. And now feminists are angry that men were not reprogrammed along with them. Okay? Men don't want what feminism is selling. You may think they should want it. You may want them to want it. But they don't.
White supremacists don't want what anti-racism is selling. Although that's more about the extreme end of white people. But yeah, no, it's a liberation philosophy for women.
If women can be liberated, then why can't men be liberated from their traditional roles? They might say, well, you are, but we have these cultural expectations. You know what I mean? And whether it's legally or if it's culturally, this is where you get men walking away. It's like, all right, well, if women, I think it was Warren Farrell who said that. I can't remember. Someone pointed it out to me. I can't remember if it was him or somebody else that, this sort of, if women are liberated, then men need to as well.
And the dominant.
And that's kind of where I think he went from being a feminist into a men's rights activist. Now, tradcons hate that because they're going to say, well, no, hold on. I mean, we don't want men being liberated. We want men in the traditional role. But they've done a terrible job of keeping women in their traditional role, or even giving men any protection, especially in the family. If there's going to be no dowry, at least, there's no at-fault divorce laws. There's nothing. So it's just a bad deal all around. So men are like, we're jumping off the boat, man. We're swimming for land. Screw this. Let me just catch up with chat real quick. Let's see. From what I'm hearing, breathing is now misogynistic. Help me out here. Is one wrong for asking? Well, family law makes sure the women get what they want. Dowry, play the song. You know what? Maybe we can play the song. How about that? Just for you, Dan. I'm going to play the one you made, Dan. Mr. Pitt, don't worry. We're coming with you soon.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Somebody needs to do it. Sword sharper than... Oh, man. There we go. And I thought it was the threat of the Mordor squad. Tradcons are LARPing. Like the video. Yeah, please hit the like button. Appreciate everyone who hit the like button. Is it just me, but does it seem like this chick needs everything about being a mom or even a parent be outsourceable? Because, maternal oppression. Yeah, imagine growing up and then you're just like, your mom's just like, oh, I did all this unpaid labor for you. I mean, when the kids are older and they're taking care of their parents, is that all going to be unpaid labor that they should be paid for? I don't know. It's really weird, What happened to just doing things for your family? For free? Instead of being like, man, I have to do all this stuff for my kids today. I need to get paid for this. Am I the only one noticing that anything men may prefer is preemptively associated to all the bad things? Exactly. The minute you ask this,
What's the dowry situation?
you're a bad guy.
Brass tacks here.
The minute men ask for anything, you know, and it's like, so far it's just been like, well, men haven't really known, I think, what to ask for properly. It's like, well, we want a submissive this and that. Well, you know, we just want someone who wants to be a wife. Even though we live in like a culture of gynocentrism and the family courts are stacked against us. This is what we need to be asking.
What's the dowry situation? Let's get down to brass tacks here.
And this.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yep.
Which one of these broads?
You want to stay at home? You want to be a stay-at-home mom? All right, yeah, you want to be a stay-at-home mom?
What's the dowry situation? Let's get down to brass tacks here.
If you don't got that, then no, there's no deal. Don't worry, you know, we can do it another way, but it's not going to involve me signing no damn paperwork with you.
In the courts, in the streets, in the sky, Shah fights for freedom till the old days die.
I don't even know if we should finish this one or just move on to this. Man, we're hitting 2 hours and 30 minutes. I'll try to finish it. I mean, there's another 12 minutes. Let's just give it a little bit more. I mean, that was really what I wanted to show you from it, but...
Matt Walsh wants to return to
So we'll see if they bring up dowry again.
society where women feel compelled to retreat into the safety of a couple bond because the world is too hostile to them.
Let's see. Yeah, I liberated myself by not playing the rigged game. Absolutely. Yep. And doing that is really what puts you in the best place for negotiation. Am I the only one noticing that anything men... Oh, yeah, I forgot to read clauses. My bad. The other man says, where did the image come from? Mr. Pitch just made that and put it in the Discord there.
Because having financial independence is a threat to small little men like Matt Walsh, who are afraid that a woman will leave them, so they need their economic power to lord over them and use other...
I feel like this kind of misses the mark a bit. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like Matt Walsh is highly leveraging himself if he's advising CEO men to take the grocery store cashier and that men don't care about it. And she's making it seem like, well, men want to have all this money so that they can lord over women because women are afraid to leave men. But it's like, nah, not really. Plenty of women are comfortable using the courts and getting alimony or whatever the hell they got to do and child support. And I mean, you know, Steven Crowder's wife didn't have no problem with that. And, you know, there's plenty of other examples we can think of. So she's kind of sweeping that one under the rug a little bit, I'd say. Ask all the right questions at all times. Absolutely. Like this question.
What's the dowry situation? Let's get down to brass tacks here.
This is going to be like my new favorite question. This is a close second.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
There you go. Yep, that's what it was like. And I love how he said, like, up until the 1850s. Yeah, relatively recently. And in some places, all the way up until the 1970s.
Other forms of domination. Not saying Matt Walsh does this, but many of the men he's speaking to likely do. Whether it be sexually assaulting their wife, which wasn't a crime a few decades ago. Whether it be just controlling her, say, if she's pregnant with twins.
Oh, here we go. Steven Crowder.
8 months pregnant, and you're still making your wife go grocery shopping for you, and you get caught on a Ring camera disparaging her.
Yeah.
And you...
Yep. And see, and this is where, like, the sort of Matt Walsh, you know, married the grocery store cashier who wants to be a tradwife really badly thing isn't going to work. Because, I mean, that's what the other side of it looks like. And this is where I'm just like, listen, I have to parlay with these women out here and I have to make a decision. And I'd rather choose, you know, one where if the divorce does happen, then it's going to be a smoother divorce, at least a little bit.
Don't give her a car. You only have one car for some reason even though you're a multimillionaire, conservative influencer.
I will say that was a weird ass thing. I don't know why the Crowder family has one car. That is very strange. I got to give her credit for that. She's right.
Anyway.
They look out and they see that ever since the rise of feminism, divorce rates have skyrocketed, birth rates have plummeted, 60 million babies are dead, and most people are.
I mean, just to do a little bit of, what is it? The correlation does not equal causation thing. We could just go back to making it way harder legally for people to get divorces and make them stay in marriages make particularly women stay in marriages with husbands.
See, this is where they throw at fault under the bus. And I understand the issue with at fault is that, it'll bring up these perjury and collusion and stuff like that. But I feel like when they present it, like the truth is because they're talking about the woman's side of the equation. And listen, at fault wasn't this nobody can get divorced. There was divorce for cruelty and abuse and abandonment and these kinds of things. So they're making it seem like at fault divorce allows a man to abuse their wife and they got to stay there. And no, it was at fault. There were faults built into that. The system wasn't perfect, but, it's better than no fault. Now, the main flaw with it is all these false allegations is what they will do in order to get out of that and perjury and this kind of stuff. So they would have to rework how they did at fault if they brought it back. Yo, hey, nothing. Welcome in. I don't know if it's my first time seeing you or not, but I really appreciate that donation. 5 Australian buckaroos there. Hey, thank you, man. I like your stuff. Keep at it, brother. Dono train, toot toot. Thank you, sir. Let me give you some American money here real quick. Just special for you. Appreciate you making it rain here on the channel. Uh-oh. Oh, she's back. She wants to celebrate too, right? We just got a donation. Hard-earned money. Just gonna get you some cat food and some treats, probably. Anyways, sorry about that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Murderer Crow says, just be infallible, bro. Yeah, exactly. Just be perfect. And then, you don't have to worry about divorce court.
Don't want to be in. Again, barbaric. And Matt Walsh is wrong to do that. And the type of men that listen to this and say, like, yeah, I wish. Guess what, bro? You're never going back to 1950. It's never fucking.
You know what? And he's right. Yeah, we're not going back to 1950. That's gone.
Coming back. Trump can try to move heaven and earth. It's not happening. You need to learn how to adapt to a new situation. And actually, there's a Wall Street Journal piece.
Yeah, we do need to learn how to adapt.
What's the dowry situation? Exactly. Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Mm-hmm.
I want to get to after we finish. I mean, we're probably not going to finish this entire thing from Walsh, but just a little bit more.
Are, by every metric, much more miserable. And they don't want that. You cannot make them want it. And getting angry at them for not wanting it is, first of all, fruitless, second, arrogant, third, unfair, and fourth, foolish. Because these young men that Megyn is referring to have an innate desire to be providers.
Innate, all right.
Something about that, man, just rubs me the wrong way. This innate desire to be gynocentric. I mean, listen, provide for your family, all the members of my family and my children, which, your wife is there at that point, but something just seems off about the way he says that. Peter Wright, sir, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Thank you. That is very, very generous. I do appreciate that. And it's an honor to have Peter Wright here, by the way, co-author of this book, which Post Millennial Man and I will be going over very soon. Unfortunately, I can't do that with him till next month because I am working on a dowry paper. Oh, I'm getting attacked. Look at this. I'm getting attacked. Oh man. What's with the attacking, huh? Okay. She does that sometimes. Yes, but again, thank you so much. So that'll be coming soon. Murder of Crows says, Janice Flamingo seems to make sense until she doesn't. At least some learned from how violent the suffragettes were. And real quick, I do want to give, this song is called American Money, but we're going to call it Australian Money for a second here. Thank you so much, Peter. Again, that's hard-earned money right there, so I appreciate that. I will try to spend that on responsible things. I will try not to spend that on cigars and nights out and bottles of wine and dates with, you know, women that I meet and things like that. I'm gonna put that to more productive use. So just wanted to put that out there. All right, let's go and move in.
So this is the other thing.
That's
the naturalization of hierarchy is the number one thing you need to be looking out for if you're analyzing Republican and conservative media. They naturalize inequality and they pretend like it was ordained by God that this is how things exist, as opposed to a series of choices that we make as a society and as a world. It's not natural. There's nothing natural about it. Matt Walsh claims that there's only two genders, and that's all that
I mean, you know, here we are again. This is the other side. You know, the other side is a large voting bloc. They did get their butts handed to them in the last election. But this isn't going away. And we do live in a fundamentally different world. You know, so I agree with them there. A lot of manosphere people agree with that too. You know, and they will say it ain't going back to what the blue pill Tradcon's 1950s fantasy of this. Literally, I saved I think it was Coach Greg Adams, and I made sure to save this on a playlist because I wanted to go over it. Let me just pull up. I put it in, I think, an email. Let's see. Oh, darn it. Let me find it. Sorry, this is going to bother me if I don't do that. YouTube. Sometimes I get worried that YouTube's not going to load because I have like so many tabs open and it's like very weird. Playlists. Where did I write that note at? 1 second, legends. 1 second. Where is YouTube 2? Oh, here it is. YouTube 2 list. Damn, where did Coach say that? I specifically wrote it. Let's see. Here it is.
Going to the streets. End of story.
That was from Coach, and I specifically wrote that as a note somewhere. Let me just see if I can find it. Real quick, let me just read the comments while we're doing this. Also, let's see. Klaus says, I think it is telling that they make fun of Matt by omitting the dowry situation. But at the same time, the fallout of the family law situation. Yeah, I mean, that's a thing that they don't want to talk about. You know what I mean? And it's weird that they don't bring that up. And it's like if men complain about that, then it's just like, well, you know, you're just being, it's just like a boogeyman, or it's not true, or something like that. Sound effect. No. Damn, I really wanted to showcase this. I can't believe I forgot that. Yesterday while I was out, I was driving around, I was listening to this, and I was like, damn, this will make a good one. But unfortunately, I don't think I actually sent it to myself. Sorry, gentlemen. Oh, no, here it is. I did send it to myself. It's at 2 hours and 59 minutes, and I even sent myself the link. Fan-freaking-tastic. This is how we do business around here. All right, 2 hours, 59 minutes.
5 nuts and that's
2 hours and 59 minutes. Let's just start it at 2 hours 58.
Women need to hear this, and I think a lot of the elders need to have more of these conversations with these young women. Because I will use me as an example. I once really, really, really wanted to get married. I loved kids. I wanted to have a really big family. And I couldn't figure out.
I like how he says this, what you're up against. And guys, literally this whole stream, we've been looking at what we're up against.
Why it wouldn't really work for me. It's not like I went out and like dated a whole lot of men or anything like that. I grew up in a strict household, so that was a no-go. But I kind of was just observing how men were moving. And I was like, if I'm moving this way, like I want to be a wife, why these men ain't moving like they want to be a husband? And then that's when I realized that the shit was an illusion. The shit is not real. This fairy tale that they sold to women, like, oh, you know, you can have the career and then you get your husband and then you have kids and you have a family legacy.
By the way, that's a feminist fairy tale. We're gonna find this out when we get to the Tracy, the woman there, Tracy Ross. That again, this is something we've been telling them that most women can't have that.
And you build and you do all this stuff. that shit.
I'm pretty soon is going to come to a discussion about the 1950s.
It never
thing.
existed. I thought that it was just this generation.
And
I thought,
again, Matt Walsh is selling the 1950s fantasy.
like, oh no, that shit's dying out. I thought we was losing recipes. Nah, that shit never existed. Thank you so much for.
That's true. It never really existed. It only existed in a short time frame, which people keep hearkening back to, which is the 50s and the late 40s and the 50s, right? That period is where people keep hearkening back. We're traditional. When you see tradcons, they dress 1950s. I'm a homemaker, Susie homemaker. Here's an apple pie. All right, I stay at home with the kids like 1950. Well, before the 50s, that was non-existent. Not many people had that reality. Okay, women were at work working textile. Kids were at work at 8.
Yeah, and he's talking about, like, industrial stuff and all kinds of that. I mean, like, especially right before the 50s.
They had to make child labor laws related to that. The husband was at work.
Yep, the kids were out there working in factories, losing their arms and hands because their little arms were small enough to go onto the machines when something got broken. I mean, you had to have these child labor laws.
Delivering newspapers and milk. All right, so most people work, both people work, and even the time before that was a period of very much barbaric times, the Wild Wild West, slavery, and in harsh conditions in the Industrial Revolution. So this idea that there was a time period where the normal person had a stay-at-home wife on the plane and you brought back roadkill. I mean, not many people had that. All right, you had not this idea. The elites did. So you had women on a plantation, the plantation mistress, and the master who still was fucking slaves, and he had a teenage.
And I'm sure that those elite people, it still came with the kind of dowry.
Plantation mistress, all right, who was fucking slaves. All right, maybe they had that, but most people didn't have that. So then they are complaining that they can't find it, and then even when they get it, they say it ruined me. It ruined me. I try to follow the.
This is, and again, that's what's coming down the line. From the grocery store cashier to whoever, marriage and motherhood ruined me physically and mentally. Marriage didn't prevent me from becoming a single parent. I'm angry at the church and my parents because it was all a lie, an illusion.
The dream, and it ruined me physically and mentally. What ruined them? The reality of marriage. Not only that, the reality of childbirth is going to kill the modern woman. Modern women, listen to me. I know y'all listening to me, women. How many women said, I want to have 6 kids? I want to have a big family. My mama had a big family. Big mama had a big family. My grandma had a big family. I come from a large family. Today's women will have 1 kid, 2, and they will tap out. They're going to tap the fuck out. Oh, wait a minute. Why? Because it's going to impede on their career, impede on them, their whole life, impede on their body. They're gonna end up looking like Ja Rule's wife. So
I can listen to Coach all day, but yeah, I just wanted to share that clip specifically from him because that's another person who I consider in authority saying that. And dropped my other book there. My it's my copy of Free Agent Lifestyle. I really love Coach's stuff, and he's one of my favorite content creators. Okay, so let's go ahead and move back into what they're saying. I kind of think we could skip the rest of this. We're almost hitting 3 hours, and I definitely want to go over this. I think what we'll do is just watch the. We'll just look at the comments, and then we'll move into Manosphere Highlights Daily. How about this? I'll put up a poll too, unless you guys really want to see the rest of it. Should we move to MHD or finish the majority report? Question mark. Oh, she's attacking me again. Let's see. Majority report. Damn it. Man, my typing skills are Manosphere Highlight Daily. There we go. There might be some spelling errors in there. But let's look at the comments while you guys are voting on that. All right. I never thought, so this is the feminist side. We just saw the tradcons from the other end. I never thought I would be told to go back to the kitchen, quote unquote, sobs a woman who joined the Women Back in the Kitchen movement. I love how conservatives are the ones who want the woman in the home, but it's their policies that have made a single income household impossible. It's wild hearing Megyn Kelly saying, how did we get to this? While she's been part of the group that's been wanting this the whole time. Megyn Kelly coming to the realization in real time that she is a token and that tokens get spent. The mental gymnastics needed to get to this point is insane. These misogynistic men are actually insulting most men who don't make enough to carry a family financially. You can call that misandry, and they sure aren't advocating for better pay. You know what? There you go. Conservative woman, surprised conservatives hate women. Anthropologist here. The tradwife trend is not how humans have lived since the dawn of time. You know what? Let's just give her that. Tradwives baking bread on YouTube are not really tradwives. Yes, there you go. They are social media influencers, not that different from what Martha Stewart used to do. Yep, cosplayers. Matt Walsh is thinking all these young men can single-handedly provide for a family with children. Not when women are taking half the jobs. We celebrate International Women's Day because women workers died in a fire inside a factory. Proletarian women always worked. There you go. A man is not looking for a business partner. Every small business owned, run by a husband and wife team has entered the chat. Mom and pop business. All right, that made me laugh. You're getting it. Matt Walsh admitted he does nothing around his home to help his wife, not even changing a light bulb. He's so historically illiterate, working class women have always worked. Hell, so did their children until quite recently. Matt Walsh doesn't ask what women want because he's still asking what a woman is. Men want what their grandfathers wanted. Mimi. Woo. Come on, be good. We got another 2 hours on this. So we got another 2 hours on this. Men want what their grandfathers wanted. Well, women listened when their grandmothers told them to want more for themselves and use the freedoms that they won for their granddaughters. Yep, these are the feminists. Matt Walsh's grasp of history is about as strong as his grasp of biology. I thought a woman wanted a man for his money to support her, was called the gold digger. That's a funny one. Matt Walsh wants a mommy for himself because he still doesn't know how to do his own laundry, feed himself, or make himself feel better when he's sad. Poor little baby. You'd think she would have realized the problem by now, considering how conservative men have treated her entire career. All right, couple more. Notice how Matt Walsh never mentions why extremely successful men like DiCaprio and Clooney and Tom Brady and Travis Kelce and Chris Evans and Josh Allen aren't going after housewife types and are instead dating very successful financially independent models and actresses and pop stars. Ask Steven Crowder's wife or Lauren Southern how the whole tradwife thing worked out for them. DiCaprio isn't your best pet when talking about non-sexist. He switches his wife out for a younger model literally every 3 years. Hey, it's a free country. You know, do whatever you want.
Being a freak is not against the law of the United States.
Okay.
Being a sexual deviant is not against the laws of the United States of America.
Thank you, Dr. Umar. It's historically incorrect to say women only stayed at home and looked after children. In the Middle Ages, women would work in farmlands with their husbands, father and brothers. Even today, 50% of farmers in India are women. There are countries in Africa where women walk tens of kilometers each day to find food and firewood. If we go back even further to hunter-gatherer era, women would gather and sometimes hunt with the men of the group. You know what? Shout out to you. Surrounded herself with leopards, yet is surprised when they act like leopards. A tale as old as time. I can't imagine the type of person that looks at Matt Walsh and thinks, there goes the real man. Okay, I think we beat that one to death. Okay, the poll's 80%. Manosphere highlights daily. Looks like we're going to go with that. For the folks who wanted to stay with the other video, I'm sorry. But, you know, I wish I had my This is Democracy Manifest sound bite. Actually, I do.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Shout out to the Democracy Manifest guy. So we'll be moving with that. Let me just catch up with chat. Before... Elena says, such a cute kitty. Thank you. Don't date those hoes. We will all stagnate at best, or infinitely deteriorate till we brutally go back to the Stone Age, skipping all other ages as we plummet. I mean, yeah, I've heard other people agree with that and say, you know, it's not going to be till we hit some kind of huge turmoil point that, I mean, if there's a chance of this kind of old school stuff coming back, we'd have to reach some kind of turmoil to where it's like, okay, we really got to go back to when certain things worked because the situation is so bad out here right now. based, a collapse, you can say. Is she asking if the cake is a lie? Yeah, well, that's what they were sold. And unfortunately, the cake makes you gain weight pretty fast. Yep, 2 kids at best. Yeah, and I mean, if it's 1 kid or if it's barely 2 kids, that still really doesn't even get to the replacement rate. So you still got an issue there with this sort of, Social Security for the elderly and things like that. Coach Greg Adams is a wise man. Absolutely. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. Would you ever collab with CGA if you were given the chance? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I know how Coach is. I mean, I think if I've heard him correctly, he doesn't really like to do collabs. But Coach Greg Adams is man, he's probably my favorite content creator. I would absolutely do that. It would be an honor to do something with Coach. But I am grateful, like when he reacted to the Pearl clip, man, that was so freaking cool, man. I was just like, I was very grateful for that, to be honest. And then he shouted me out again a few months ago. So I'm really grateful to Coach, but even beyond that, listening to Coach, I was listening to Coach for a good year and a half, probably even a couple of years prior to that happening. So, anybody's in the house, they hear that from me. Like I'm walking with my cell phone and I got Coach Greg Adams' stream playing as I'm getting ready in the morning and making breakfast. You know what I mean? And then as I'm driving, and then sometimes at home when I'm making dinner too for the evening stream. So I really like his stuff. Elena Bari Fitness, amazing show today, Shah. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's dinner time here. Absolutely. I'll have to rewatch it from here tomorrow. Well, you enjoy dinner. Thank you so much for being here today. Take care, everyone. See you next time. Happy Easter, and a happy Easter to all the folks out there who are celebrating Easter tomorrow. Okay. Oh, I think those are 2 messages twice there. See you next time. Say hi to Plutarch for us. Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Plutarch and the folks over at Resurgence. Sandman, Plutarch, Christianity Unplugged, Nick. Good folks over there. Elena says, I will, Mr. Pitt. Fantastic. All right, well, let's go ahead and move into this. And then once we kind of wrap up for the night, I'm going to talk about my 27-inch Toshiba CRT TV that I got off of OfferUp this week. I'm going to put another poll up just as we get started on this. I'm freaking loving this TV. I'm telling you, man, this TV is amazing. It did not come with the remote, so I did have to purchase that separately. I looked up the manual and found the exact model and was able to find a used one. But I want you guys to guess, how much did Shah get the 27-inch CRT Toshiba CRT TV for? And it's in great working condition. I'm going to put a couple options here. I'm going to put less than 100. That's going to be our first option. Between 100 and 200. Let's see. Between 100 and 200. I've been thinking about doing an after show where, after we do our usual stream, whoever wants to stick around can watch me play retro games on the CRT TV. So I'd have another camera just on the TV, and then we can just have a little bit of after show fun. Will I do it? It would probably be pretty tough. Like I might have to get up and pee and maybe get some water or something. But I think it'd be kind of fun, just if anybody felt like it. Okay, now let's do plus over 200. Over 200. Great. And it's in freaking great condition. Okay, so we got that one there. And let's go ahead and start the poll. And then we're going to go ahead and pull up Manosphere Highlights Daily. Definitely interested in what the folks think about how much I purchased this amazing 27-inch Toshiba TV that has a composite in the back. Also has an audio out if you want to go ahead and hook that up to some monitor speakers there. And did not come with a remote, unfortunately. But other than that, no scratches on the screen, by the way, just to put that out there. So, yeah, that's where we're at. Anyways, this is Manosphere Highlights Daily. I wanted to bring this in because this conversation specifically deals with kind of women's, and especially feminist women's, hypocrisy when it comes to things like hypergamy and kind of what they expect and how they just can't believe when they're asked to bring something to the table. Like when you do this,
What's the dowry situation? Exactly. Let's get down to brass tacks
like,
here.
you know, they're just like, how could you?
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
So, you know, so now we're gonna look at this through, a red pill lens here, and we're gonna have a fun discussion about that. Okay, 67% of people are saying less than 100. It's not what I expected.
And it was just kind of insane to see that vitriol being towards us. And all we did in that episode was say, like, wow, some men have.
By the way, this lady's a matchmaker, by the way. That's her channel or whatever she does, Ask a Matchmaker.
FanDuel on their phones and they can't afford dating. But anyway.
So, apparently, this female matchmaker is confused. She's catching heat online for her takes on men and red pill content.
Okay, and real quick, let me just get to this. Shah, as a side note, have you ever read the thread about how it all went down regarding men-women relationships when the Balkans blew up some time ago? Very interesting, telling even. No, I haven't. Though I would be interested in reading that. You know, if you felt like sharing, you can always put it in the Discord or maybe even in the chat here. You might want to be careful if you put it in the chat here. They might, I don't want you to get like auto-modded or something, but, depending on where it is.
And now she's playing the victim. Brace yourselves, fellas. We're going to let her talk for 1.5 minutes to set the tone. You've been warned.
All right, folks, we got nails on chalkboards coming up, all right? So just expect that.
I just want to say that in a recent episode, we talked about red pill content and the rise of conservative dating trends. And holy hell, I don't know what happened, but the amount of hate that was directed at myself and my co-host for the month of March, was insane.
What is happening with men?
The repercussions that red pill content have on men.
Red pill content, which refers to right-wing content, often male-focused online material, especially around gender and religion.
By the way, this is nails on chalkboard, but I do want you to understand this means whatever the heck is going on here, this organic process is working, because when it gets them worked up like this, that means, the pushback is something they can feel.
I had no idea that the online gambling, the FanDuel, the DraftKings was running y'all's pockets that way.
What's happening with men? Why are they turning to red pill content? Why are they turning to betting?
The first thing that women judge any man they've ever met within 4 seconds is this man a creep?
Yep.
Is this man safe?
Safety is number one. It's not like, are they fuckable?
No.
Am I safe?
Well, when you think about the number one risk in a woman's life is who she marries. Whereas like for men, it's like what? Heart disease?
Oh my God. Yeah. They just don't understand. I'm gonna chalk this up to being, naive and ignorant. And I don't want to say that they know or they're doing this purposely.
Oh my God.
This is an unequal.
But, they probably are.
Playing field.
An unequal playing field. Oh my God.
I don't know if it got posted on some Reddit feed or whatever, but there were thousands of men telling me to die, to go get an abortion, even though I'm not pregnant. But even if I was pregnant, that's my choice. Thank you. I live in New Jersey. I have rights. And it was just kind of insane to see that vitriol being towards us. And all we did in that episode was say, like, wow, some men have FanDuel on their phones and they can't afford dating.
I don't know what FanDuel is.
But anyway.
Wait. That's all you said? You really think that's what triggered the internet? All right, let's not take your word for it. Let's actually go back to that podcast and see if the cooking you got was truly deserved. Let's break it down.
What is red pill content? And so here's their definition, at least on the screen. Red pill content refers to right-wing, often male-focused online material claiming to reveal harsh truths, quote-unquote, about society, especially around gender and relationships. It promotes rigid masculinity, frames women as hypergamous, and encourages dominance in relationships, often reinforcing toxic or misogynistic views.
Now it's time for us to get into this and do what we gotta do. Because we many.
All right, the second thing.
Shout out to Manosphere Highlights Daily.
On the news, red pill content, which refers to right-wing content, often male-focused online material claiming to reveal harsh truths
about society, especially around gender and relationships. It promotes rigid masculinity, frames women as hypergamous, and encourages dominance in relationships, often reinforcing toxic or misogynistic views.
That's just like a mismatch of so many things.
Yes.
Like that doesn't
straight
even...
from the feminist WordPress blog playbook. Let's break this garbage down, line by line. Right wing. First of all, how is seeing reality clearly a political affiliation? Since when did common sense have voting registration? Calling it right wing is just lazy. That's code for I don't like it, but I can't argue with it. So I'll just throw it in the evil conservative bucket and hope.
Yeah, and what they kind of do is they try to just make everything as like just this one entity, and they refuse to see the differences, you know, in between it. And then, you know, whoever's version of Red Pill you want to go with here, whether it's the folks looking at, you know, the Rollo style Chilton manual, or whether it's the MGTOW, you know, style, where they're like both sides are gynocentrist here. You know, the courts are all gynocentrist and both sides encourage this. It's not just a right wing thing. Yo, Cesar Quintana, hey man. Thank you so much for that donation. Appreciate that. What's up, Shah? Man, we're just having a fantastic time. We got 2 new sound effects here. I don't know if you caught these.
What's the dowry situation? Exactly. Let's get down to brass tacks here.
And also this gem.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
So we were having a good time. We just reacted to the Matt Walsh, Megyn Kelly spat, which gave us a good tradcon view of these things. And then we reacted to the Majority Report with Emma Vigeland. I think that's how you say her name. And she gave us the sort of feminist liberal point of view on this whole thing. So we've been having fun with that, and that's where we got these sound effects. Thank you again so much for that donation.
No one notices. Claims to reveal harsh truths. No, Miss Matchmaker. It doesn't claim to reveal truths. It does. The fact that it hurts your feelings doesn't make it false. That's like saying gravity is problematic because it makes you fall. Cope harder. Frames women as hypergamous. No, 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 no. You don't frame a biological instinct. You observe it. Women are hypergamous. It's not a theory. It's anthropology. Evolution didn't create Tinder, so women could marry broke poets. They are wired.
You know, and one thing about this, though, is it definitely follows the evolutionary, that there's this primal stuff. But to point out, you know, especially in a dowry system, both men, everyone's trying to swing up, you know, where they can. And by both parties, I guess you can say, trying to swing up, that puts a check on hypergamy, especially when you look at it like through a dowry lens. So there's, I think, part of this issue of like, well, you know, women are expected to be hypergamous, but it's like any, you know, I don't know if I buy that exactly. I think anybody's just trying to look for the best deal. You know, we talked about the lottery winner effect. That was in that Eliza Philby article that we read a couple of weeks ago. And it's like everybody's trying to win the lottery, but then they get bored of it. And then after that, it's, you know, Chad Tyrone or whatever it's going to be. So again, I think there can be such a thing as a check on hypergamy if men know how to defend themselves.
To seek status, safety, and strength.
And again, men are seeking at least to remain in the same status class, if not go up a class themselves when it comes to a dowry society.
With it encourages dominance in relationships. Translation: men having standards and boundaries is now dominance. God forbid a man wants to lead, protect, or expect respect. That's abuse now. These people act like masculinity is a war crime.
And I will say that, you know, even red pillars like this, there is still a little bit of this Matt Walsh style gynocentrism built into it. You know what I mean? All women are hypergamous and you can just expect them to be that. Therefore, you need to be the richest self-improvement hamster wheel guy you can. And that's just the harsh truth of it. And that's just what you need to do. But historically speaking, you know, there was a check on that, so to speak.
Forces toxic or misogynistic views. No, What it reinforces is accountability. And you know who hates accountability the most? People who benefit from chaos. Women. Women. The second you say, maybe women aren't always victims, it's like you pulled the fire alarm in a feminist yoga class. So yeah, she took an L the moment she started this topic. Because if you can't define the topic accurately, how are you about to educate anyone on it? That's like trying to teach algebra while calling numbers racist. Sit down. But let's keep watching her video because I want to see just how deep this intellectual pothole goes. And if she doubles down, we'll be right here, ready with the intellectual shovel to dig her out or bury the nonsense.
Okay, what is hypergamous?
So hypergamous is the word. I actually have this in my book.
Oh, yay.
Yeah. So hypergamy is the idea that when women date, they should be dating up socially.
Okay. Socially.
Like, for instance, and this happens, we are all socialized this way. We're like, when a woman meets a man, she wants him to make more money.
Yes.
She wants him to have a higher social status. And frankly, like, men don't care. Like,
see that's the problem. Now she's going to say, it's normal for women to want that and men don't care. But again, this is what it used to be.
What's the dowry situation?
I'm going to use this sound effect to the freaking, I'm going to just run it to the ground today.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Now, men don't care because men have been gaslit by romantic chivalry and gynocentrism to not care. But they did care for a very long time. Otherwise, the marriage would not happen. A lot of places, a woman without a dowry is expected to not marry. She's not going to get married without that. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I've never met a man who's like, well, I have a few clients, but they're like, she needs to make this amount of money and like she needs to have this education.
But that's more because they want to make sure she's sorted. In our case, it's like we need, like women think that way because they want the man to support them. Right?
Should shit hit the fan? Sure.
Should shit hit the fan? Okay, so women want to live. I mean, it's like you want to live in this bubble of where you get to be the independent boss babe and all this stuff. But like the minute it gets uncomfortable and all of a sudden poo's flying around in everybody's face, the guy needs to be there to confront that. And then she's going to feel safe. And so it's like that's where this, oh, well, he needs to be making more and doing better.
Yeah. But I think these men who want women who make money, why do they want that woman to make money?
I don't know. I have a few.
I don't know. Maybe it's because it's a shielding from freaking divorce court. Those few clients she's talking about might be guys that are actually like, you know what? If I'm going to sign this, I want somebody to where if this breaks down, they're equally invested.
Clients like this. Not all of them, but like there's always 1 in 10 clients who are like.
1 in 10 guys are slowly like, if I'm going to actually do this seriously, she needs to be making some money.
Needs to be Ivy League educated. And I'm like, okay, fine.
And she's saying, okay, fine, because it probably matches that guy's Ivy League education. That's what it seems like. Does anyone hear anything other than women are only eternally disappointed because men never alpha simp up enough? That's what a lot of them seem to be saying. Imagine trusting a woman dating coach to properly display what female hypergamy is. Yeah, it's like asking a fish how to catch it.
She went to Yale.
Yeah, is that?
You can literally see the ignorance radiating off this clip like bad Wi-Fi. Miss Matchmaker is up here talking about hypergamy like it's just a casual preference, like ordering oat milk instead of regular. No, Miss Matchmaker, this isn't brunch talk. This is biological programming. Let me break it down slow for the people in the back. If you understand and acknowledge that women are hypergamous, then you must also acknowledge that they are not looking for equality in relationships. They are looking up. And that right there, that's the red pill. That's the cold truth modern men have to swallow.
Listen, if you're in a situation where women are looking at that, then the guy that's up here, when it comes to marriage, if he's going to engage in that, has to, if someone's, kicking you and you raise your leg to block that or whatever, he has to be asking this.
What's the dowry situation? Exactly. Let's get down to brass tacks here.
That is the check on hypergamy from the men's side. So if it's going to be okay for her to ask that, then men need to be allowed to say, what are you bringing that matches that. And then once that happens, that's not even really hypergamy, because to have a dowry that matches a guy that's way up here, that's just two people from the same class getting married. And that's how it's supposed to be. And that's how it was for a long freaking time until gynocentrism came in and gaslit people away from this. Then it became this. You know, this right here, this took over. And this is what still a lot of people are steeped in, and they do not realize it. You know, and even this video kind of teeters on that a little bit. You know, red pill guys will say men want to provide and they don't care what women are making, but no. You're basically saying hypergamy is okay when there should be a check on that, especially when it comes to marriage.
Not this delusional idea that we're all building some equal partnership fantasy together. Nah, she wants a man better than her, taller, richer, smarter, more powerful, but somehow still emotionally available, humble, soft, but a killer when needed. What did she say again?
Because they want the man to support them, right?
You should shit hit the fan, sure.
Yeah.
Exactly. When shit hits the fan. That is why 80 to 90% of men are invisible in today's dating market. It's not because they're bad dudes. It's because they can't clear the ever-moving bar of hypergamous fantasy. And here's the kicker.
Hypergamous fantasy. And that's what they've been conditioned to think, that they're princesses, they need to be treated like queens, and they got nothing to bring with them.
When women talk about it, it's sociology, empowerment, just a preference. But when men point it out, suddenly it's toxic, misogynistic. Who hurt you? That's the game, brothers. They get to describe reality. You get accused of bitterness for observing it.
So anyway, it says, I saw this TikTok video. I want to show it to you. It's called Red Pill Content Ruined My Relationship.
I was with my best friend from 19 to 26 years old. You want to know what ruined that relationship? We were long distance for a period of time. I went during the pandemic and I was staying with him in Vancouver, and something changed. And you want to know what changed? He started watching podcasts.
You know, like during the pandemic too, there was like an explosion of like red pill content. A lot of people were home watching stuff, and that's where a lot of like the panel shows got big too.
Like Fresh and Fit. He started listening to content about MGTOW, and that man changed. And
hey, shout out to MGTOW.
Sit across from him and not understand the person that I was seeing. I felt like
Yeah, because he finally looked at you and he was like, this relationship's whack. Like, there was probably something unbalanced about it to where he finally realized he was getting the short end of the stick there.
Waking up to somebody that I did not know. I am qualified to
Yeah, a guy who's not bending over backward to just do things for you.
Talk about this shit. I am qualified to understand the repercussions that red pill content have on men.
So then maybe you should be qualified to understand what your role to play in all that was.
Because the person that I wanted to spend my life with, the person I was in love with, the person I wanted to fucking marry, changed.
Just a second, guys. Let me do something.
Overnight, because of the content like that. And I see now the men who do
everything was great, but then he finally realized that I'm taking advantage of him, and then he left. I'm the victim.
You watch that content. I hear the things that they say because I would listen to it. I actually started consuming that content because I wanted to understand what happened. To all the men who asked me that question, there's your answer.
Okay. So one of the things that I'm hearing from her is that there is content out there.
Yes.
That is, let's call it red pill.
Yeah.
Do you know what that means, that reference?
I mean, you mentioned it earlier, like you read up, but like, what exactly is red pill content? Like Andrew Tate kind of stuff?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew Tate, the guy who completely disavowed the red pill and called red pill a bunch of dorks. Yeah, sure, that's what it is.
Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit. Yeah. There's plenty of podcasts out there.
She's kind of talking about like the manosphere as like a conglomerate or just whatever they file in their brain as like, oh, this is part of the same entity.
And there it is. Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, like clockwork. Whenever women want to sound informed about male spaces, they just say the names trending on TikTok and call it a day. You've all seen the clip. The one woman losing her mind because her ex stopped being a simp jutsu master after watching Red Pill creators. She's not mad he changed. She's mad he woke up. He unplugged from the delusion and asked a question she had no answer for. What do you offer? And that's when the gaslighting begins.
What do you offer? God forbid you ask that question.
Oh, he became toxic. He changed. No, he just stopped giving you princess treatment for simply existing. Pay close attention to what happens next.
And, you know, the one thing I always try to explain to people is that because
that woman in that car is so upset that her boyfriend changed. And she you know, she probably got her heart broken. Something in that guy was like, man, why am I doing this? She's whack. I can get away, you know, like different chick for whatever I'm putting up with here. I'm sick of this stuff. So he dipped out and she is heartbroken. She doesn't understand. She's pissed off. That's why she's making that video.
Because outrage.
And that what that tells me is that guy was up here. There was something about him that was very desirable. He realized he was getting a crap deal with her. So he either just laid it down or said, this is what I require. And she's just like, who are you? I don't even know you anymore. And then the whole relationship blew up. And now she's just trying to figure out what the hell happened. And apparently it's all Red Pill content's fault. But no, that's not what it is. You were trying to swing up. He realized you were swinging up and he put a stop to it. Now you're back here and you're supposed to be going across, but you're still delusionally trying to get into hypergamy. And enough guys are like, no, thank you. I don't want that deal. And now you're realizing who you really are. And it sucks because you've been having your mind pumped so much over the years. Who or what holds on to one branch while swinging to another? Is she upset about her man manning up? Isn't that what's being perpetually asked of men? Yeah, good question. Robert Bright, the men in relationships realized that they were not respected. Yeah, whatever it was, he realized that I'm giving way too much here and getting less back, whatever that happens to be for that guy. And he was a desirable guy. We know that because she's the one who's upset in her car trying to figure out what happened. Translation, I was totally getting everything I wanted out of that relationship at his expense. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. And now that's ruined. My happiness was more important than his. Damn the manosphere. Exactly. Those horrible manosphere people who showed this guy I had a bad deal. Probably made way more money than her. She was probably trying to get him to get married. And he was just like, you know what? Something ain't right. He probably remembered her saying something about her past. You know, whatever the hell it was that made this guy not see her the same way anymore. He was a sweet guy, and he was always very chivalrous and opened doors and was very respectful and would pay for everything. You know, and then all of a sudden he started listening to the manosphere, and it made him toxic. Wives were getting away with bees that had made dead bedrooms. Well, yeah, that's another thing. Who knows? Sounds like they weren't married, but he caught that. You know, he caught it before. Murder Crows, how dare you notice?
Monetizes best.
Existing. Pay close attention to what happens next.
And, you know, the one thing I always try to explain to people is that because outrage monetizes best online.
Yeah, we agree with that here, too. A lot of rage content.
These men and some women, they know what...
And, you know, a lot of people milk that, and that's not right. But let's see what she says.
They're doing. They're saying stuff that they might not even necessarily believe in.
Right.
But because it gets engagement, they will be able to monetize off of it. Right?
I feel like, I don't know, like this seems like a copy and paste. Like if somebody like Coach discusses this, you know, or whoever, we discuss like the sort of collective red pill consumption leading to this collective red pill rage phase, which is what that content catered to. But then it becoming stale because once this became mainstream and all these talking points are mainstream, the rage bait doesn't really hit the same anymore because here we are. I mean, we get it now. And then here they are years later at this point, months later, trying to say, oh my God, like it's some revelation.
Yeah.
But then when you get enough listeners, you will start to also kind of believe your own shtick.
Yes.
Right? And then you'll hear phrases from these men. I mentioned Fresh and Fit in my book. I don't know if we ended up keeping Fresh and Fit or we just named their names. But that's a podcast. And you know, they say stuff like, what do you bring to the table?
Ooh, what do you bring to the table? Oh my God, the nerve. God forbid.
What's the dowry situation? Let's get down to brass tacks here.
They say stuff like, what do you bring to the table? Unbelievable. But it's okay when women ask that, you know, because it's supposed to be that way. Mr. Pitt says, gentlemen, these are your future wives. Avoid the minefield of marriage and go to the JUCO. Leverage and options are the name of the game. And if you're going to go the other way, remember to ask them this.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Are they offering us Rivendell? You know, is Rivendell on the table? Is Rivendell on the table? Daddy, I'm in love with Aragorn. I want to marry him. You know, it's funny. Coach will say, men are in love, women are in business, especially nowadays. But like, here's the opposite situation. If it would make you happy, my child. Oh, thank you, Daddy. Aragorn asked whether you will give him Rivendell after the wedding. All I got to say to that is, Aragorn, make sure you get that into the marriage contract and that it becomes yours during the wedding and not after. Tactica says, female opportunists never cease to amaze and be so entertaining. Thank you, Tacticus. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for being here. Oh, man. Mr. Pitt's loving that. Klaus, she can't argue the fact. So she attacks the delivery. Yeah, very much so. Funny enough, while doing the exact same delivery when attacking. Yeah, very true. And then saying it's okay for women to be hypergamous.
To a woman.
Yeah.
And it's okay for women to expect a guy that, you know, well, you got to be able to. What's all my BS? Like, when my fantasy breaks and we actually got to deal with some real problems, you better be the one that deals
and
with
it's
it.
like, why do I need to bring anything to the, like, what is
Oh my God.
this question?
Why do I need to bring anything to the table? Well, why are you asking this? Because men have been getting a raw deal, especially since no-fault divorce and all this child support stuff, federal child support program, paternity fraud going up all over, you know, place here, custody, all the stuff Father X talks about so nicely on his channel. And then we can't even, like, it's okay for women to be hypergamous, and we can't even ask what they're bringing to the table.
What's the dowry situation?
You know what I
Let's get
mean?
down to brass tacks here.
And it's like, on the other end of it, it's like, whether it's Matt Walsh or something, and they'll be like, well, you know, the grocery store cashier is okay, but she's just got to want to be submissive. You know what I mean? As long as she wants to be a trad wife. And they're selling this thing, which is pretty much the hope strategy. You know, that's a fantasy. The feminists on the other side still want to marry up. You know what I mean? Here's what you're dealing with. This lady claims to be a matchmaker. I don't know. Whoever the hell she's gotten married, I hope she's following those closely to see what happens to those. But, you know, it sounds like only 1 in 10 out of her client list actually know what to ask for, which is like, is she a Yale graduate? Does she do anything? You know what I'm saying? At least this.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
I like that richest father question sounds like if someone's ever trying to grill me and be like, well, what do you bring to the table? You know what I mean? Like, don't you want to get serious? And if she's got no money, I'm going to be like, so what does your father do? Like, how much money has your father? Okay. You saved no money. Okay. You've been working this job. You got nothing. So you got nothing to help with this down payment on this house. How about your dad? How much money does he make? They would freaking lose it. She would lose. She is a mid-maker.
Right? Like, you're trying to determine if you want to date me by seeing like what I bring to the table.
Yeah.
Women do that all the time. Why? This is what needs to go away. Men have been gaslighted into not being able to even look out for their own interests.
But then when you get enough listeners, you will start to also kind of believe your own shtick.
Yes.
Right? And then you'll hear phrases from these men.
Phrases, my God.
Did I mention? I know I mentioned Fresh and Fit on in my book. I don't know if we ended up keeping Fresh and Fit or we just named their names. But that's a podcast. And, you know, they say stuff like, what do you bring to the table? To a woman.
Yeah.
And it's like, why do I need to bring anything to the, like, what is
why
this
do
question?
I need to bring anything to the table?
Yeah.
Right? Like,
you should just be in love with me. We should be figuring this off purely off love detection.
You're trying to determine if you want to date me by seeing like what I bring to the table.
Yeah.
I don't understand how a matchmaker, what the hell are you matching? What is your job? What is the point of this? Look what they've done to her. Look what they've done to Lady Dowry over here. This is just it's an abomination. What do you bring to the table? And it's just like the worst thing ever. How dare you ask that?
What do you bring to the table? Like, why is that? That's not what relationships are.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay.
Right. At its fundamental level.
The foolish.
You know, like, listen, and I could sit here and be like, yeah, obviously, if you want to have maybe whatever it is, but this whole tangible material, these real world problems you got to deal with as a pair, you know, husband and wife, the house, this, that. Those are real problems, you know, and it's like there can be like just no discussion of this and the man's just expected to do all of it and the woman shouldn't have to worry about that. No, that's not how it's going to go.
This right here is exactly why you get cooked every time you speak on this. You see what she just did? She completely dismissed the idea of women contributing to a relationship. That's literally what the question, what do you bring to the table, is about. But no, that's suddenly offensive now? Meanwhile, she's totally fine with women being hypergamous and only dating men in higher socioeconomic classes.
Yeah, because what if shit hits the fan and the gravy train stops and the party stops? I got to make sure this guy just deals with everything.
So let me get this straight. Women can ask for height, 6 figures, 6-pack, emotional maturity, passport stamps, and a man with a trauma-informed therapist. But the moment a man asks what a woman brings, suddenly it's misogyny and toxic. Relationships were never built on
all these red pill guys. God forbid they ask what she brings to the table.
Just vibes and butterflies.
I don't have to bring anything to the table. I am the table.
They were built on value, practical contributions. That question, what do you bring to the table, isn't new. Women ask it first. It's called hypergamy, remember? But now the tables have turned. Men are waking up. Men are unplugging. And the truth is, most women can't answer that question with anything other than, I am the table.
Yeah, exactly. And this is because they've been gaslighted to a crazy degree by gynocentrism and this kind of pedestalization that they all believe that they're princesses and deserve everything. You know, and then on the other end of that, men, you know, people will cope and try to say, well, you know, men just got to get on the hyper self-improvement hamster wheel. I just feel like this is also a good time to just to kind of show off a little bit the discussion that Paul and I had, literally called What She Brings to the Table. I know you guys seen it already. I just can't help but think of it, man. Shout out to Paul. Shout out to Paul. Big shout out to Paul. Because of men like him, you know, and so many others, including Peter Wright, who've been in this for way longer than even the folks that we know about have been, and had to put up with the brunt of getting shut down and all these kinds of things, is the reason why this conversation is changing, you know, and why all these folks up here are tripping out. So yeah, I just wanted to show that out right there. Fun fact, that's actually not a table on the back of the thumbnail. This is actually a traditional Cypriot dowry chest. So, you know, we talked about Cyprus in this episode. And well, typically the dowry there is a house, but the wife would also come with a dowry chest, which has, you know, other things in it. So that's a pretty cool background. But yeah, I just wanted to show that off for the legends out there. Real quick, let me just get with the chat before we finish this. Looks like we're almost done with that one too. I usually hate the nail on chalkboard content, but I gotta say, Miss Matchmaker is so clueless and confident at the same time. It's amusing again. Yeah, that one is as particularly like, it's so like just bad or off that like it's watchable. And this is like, oh my God, I gotta see how this unfolds. Like it really is some circus level entertainment. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell are you talking about? Isn't the cock not able to maintain frame enough? What's going wrong? Let's see.
That's why they hate Red Pill. Not because it's hateful, but because it teaches men to think, to question, to demand value. And when men stop simping, stop overextending, and actually expect something back, women panic.
Yep, they panic because once men start to do that, then women have to reassess what class they're actually in. They have to sit there and think, what is
What's
this?
the dowry situation? Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Okay, you know, I don't got no money. I didn't save nothing from this career. What about my dad?
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Oh, he doesn't have any money? Oh, he's not there? Oh, the family court removed him, and I believe my mom when she said that he was a terrible person, and I stopped talking to him because I knew better than him? So now I have nothing? Yeah, you're gonna have to think about, okay, what does this look like? What are you talking about marriage for? You're clearly not ready for marriage. You have nothing. You contribute nothing. But somehow, since you were born with a certain something, people shouldn't even ask you what you bring to the table.
The fantasy was never about equality. It was about advantage. And the moment that balance shifts, it's war.
Shout out Caesar Quintana. Thank you so much for that. Caesar Quintana with the $10 super chat says, I don't know, Shah. I think there is still a large market of that's you guys ready to sign up for this stuff. And I suspect even many red pill guys would cave if a gal showed them a little attention. I think what you're saying is completely fair. Listen, and you're not the only one that thinks that. I mean, some of the other folks that I spoke to in the space that are very prominent still see that as the main issue. I mean, the simp economy. And there are a lot of them left. That's true. Now, there is the issues about who they really want. And there not being enough of them. Fine. Okay. But then there's the guy that's going to kind of save them and be that provider guy for a while. I can't argue with that. I think there's still a lot of them out there. I do want to at least believe that there is some cultural change around this going on to where people are understanding this better and at least taking away from the simp economy. But I get it. Then you go on like Twitch and you literally open up Twitch and like the number one thing you see on there is some woman in a hot tub and she's got like 20,000 viewers and it's all guys sending her money. You know what I'm saying? And you're just like, oh, okay. Yeah, well, there are legions of simps going on out here. So I can't argue with you. I can't argue with you on that. But I think one step at a time, we can move away from that. So again, and others, who have been in this space for a long time, I think they would agree with you about exactly that. But, at a certain point, I think we'll hit a critical mass and, and it's almost like, if a guy at this point is doing this and gets screwed over and it's just like, it's hard to feel sorry for. You know what I mean? It's like, listen, there's all this stuff out here and you did this. Like, please don't come look, I don't even know. It's just like, well, what do you expect at that point?
Anyway, but they get a lot of listeners. They get a lot of beautiful women who come onto their podcast to debate them.
There's Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, most of the women, it's not, I think they're primed not to debate back in the appropriate way. He'll say, like, some of the men will say stuff like, you think you're a 10, but you're a 3.
They got to get her on the show.
Okay.
And it's like,
I've seen clips of these.
Yeah.
Murder of Crow says to Caesar, could one ask if those guys are only one BJ away from being shackled to the plantation? That is a lot of folks. If MGTOW wouldn't already affect women, we wouldn't see videos like we watch today. Yeah, and Klaus, I think that's the more positive angle on this, is that I think there is some cultural change, some cultural pushback. Unfortunately, there is a ways to go on some of this stuff, but I think slowly it's changing. And especially as the entire economy itself changes, like looking at housing costs and things like that, the simps of today and the simps of yesterday, I'd like to think are a little bit different. You know what I mean? Like putting down on a house and paying for everything and financing someone's buzzer beater marriage It's probably a lot harder to do today than it used to be. So as these realities kind of close around us, I think certain options might start to fall off the table, so to speak. But, you know, Klaus, you bring up a good point. You know, like a lot of this stuff wouldn't be here if MGTOW wasn't having an impact, which I do believe it is. Megyn basically said it out loud. The boss babes don't find men already. Yeah. So, you know, something is happening there. But again, Caesar, I understand, you know, what you're saying there.
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
This is why women like her and mainstream media get cooked so easily. They don't do research. They don't watch the full content. They just grab clips, strip out the context, and start preaching. Context is everything. But they don't care because outrage gets views. Meanwhile, we're here watching her full video just to make sure the drag is justified. That's called integrity. But what's the difference between you, a so-called matchmaker, and some clout-chasing OnlyFans girl on Fresh and Fit if you're not even bringing real arguments to the table? You're supposed to.
That's a good point right there, too. I mean, you know, if she's saying that these girls here or whatever aren't ready for the debate, but she hasn't really looked into this stuff very deeply.
To be a relationship expert, and you're out here rating content with zero nuance? Come on, women lose the rate yourself 1 to 10 argument every time because they rate themselves based on vibes, feelings, and that's BS in this context. Red Pill asks, can we be honest about value? Not delusional, not emotional, but real. And for that, it gets labeled toxic? Nah, that's just the truth. Hurting feelings.
And yeah, I don't know. I don't personally find it entertaining, but Andrew Tate, Fresh and
Not
Fit,
really made for her to begin with.
these sort of podcasts, they have so many copycats at this point.
Yes.
And a lot of men, especially men in the loneliness epidemic, or
The
men
loneliness epidemic. Okay.
who are being rejected because, let's go back to China now,
Yeah.
they're not deemed marryable by the people that they'd like to mate with.
Yeah. So that
Okay, there's the hypergamy again.
it leads them to kind of
They subscribe to this, that women
to this,
suck. I hate women. I mean, that's what misogyny is the hate of women.
Correct.
And I always think sometimes, like when I see these
No,
clips,
no talk of misandry from the other side, by the way.
it's like, I think a lot of these straight men like fucking women.
Yeah.
I don't think.
And you know, it's easy to point at the rage bait content and then kind of smear the whole space and say, well, this is what they're doing or this is what they want to do. And then basically gloss over or just ignore any legitimate grievances that men have. And it's like, okay, you got this loneliness epidemic. What are you doing to help that? And it sounds like what she's doing is just like, well, the men need to try harder, you know, as earlier put in the video. So, I mean, we're not seeing anything new here. Let me just see. I think I missed some of this stuff. Cesar Quintana says, there, but for the grace of God, go I. Simp enforcers in the simp economy is what messes it up for the rest of us. It's definitely what enables a lot of it. You know, that's what continues the pedestalization. So unfortunately, until guys start moving away and understanding, then, it'll give us a better bargaining position once more people start moving towards the other side. Now, as Klaus points out, more guys are doing that than before. But again, yeah, still a ton of simps out there. Murder of Crows says, yeah, but will any be sufficiently affected for the better? Caesar says, I'm pretty much perpetually stuck in red pill rage because of my son. That I completely understand. And to be honest, man, I feel like that's not, I guess I could see how that's red pill rage, but that's like on another level of stuff, and I think about that sometimes, like this is where it really sucks so much for guys who have either been married or, they had a kid with somebody. It's like, it's one thing to get your heart broken and you'd say you get cheated on and screwed over, whatever. She leaves, you have some emotional injury for a while. It sucks. And then you get better and you're like, thank God our lives aren't threaded together. But what you have is something completely different. And it's a lot harder to deal with. So I totally get it, man. It's not like the other folks who are just like, oh, just watch this content. They don't want to change anything or whatever, like the stuff Coach talks about with the Mitch guys or whatever. This is something completely different, And this is also, I think, why MGTOW in the beginning was mostly folks who had been married and got divorced and things like that. It really wasn't young people. This was like a different level of stuff, This isn't a go to the gym kind of deal, just lift, bro, or just this or just that. So, I definitely hear what you're saying there, man. God willing, someday. Murder Crow says, hopefully. Klaus says, not yet, of course, but it is enough to get talked about. RP is at least around for 10 years, but we only see this videos coming up for around 2 years. Yeah, and the tough part also is like, as it gets bigger, there's always these kind of hijackings, whether it's the Daily Wire folks trying to come in and redirect men towards a gynocentric spin, or even the red pill dating gurus tend to do the same thing in their own way sometimes. So that makes it tough. Klaus says the thing is, at the start, it was middle-aged guys, but now the young guys are catching up, and that's going to hurt women a lot harder. Yeah, and a lot of those young guys, they may not have been married, but they probably saw what happened to their dad or their uncles or things like that. So it was very apparent, or they grew up and the father was taken out of the house or something. So they're grown up now and they're like, why would I take this deal? You know what I mean? Or like, man, like they looked miserable growing up or whatever it was. So they're able to learn from the older folk. Agree to Caesar Quintana from Tacticus. Murder Coast, does anyone notice that all the mainstream manosphere discussions seem to only some kind of bait and switch? Oh, seem to lead to only some kind of bait and switch? Yeah, it's almost like on purpose, right? Tacticus says there is no hypergamy insurance yet. To be only. Yeah. A lot of this is this discussion of masculinity, and unfortunately, they have men gaslighted into like, well, if you don't want to be this provider naturally from birth, and they condition you to that. And it's like, if you start questioning what does she bring to the table, or you're not the absolute provider, this suddenly makes you not a man, or you're less masculine. And this is where the dowry stuff is important to me, because I think understanding the history of it, if anything, it makes you more masculine to expect something like that. You know what I mean? Aragorn is masculine for saying, well, am I getting Rivendell or what's the deal here? It makes me want to watch Lord of the Rings again. But no, it's not a blight on your masculinity if you expect them to bring something from the other side. And sometimes red pillars are caught up in that same idea of masculinity, is men want to do this, or men don't care about, like, or it's like some kind of more abstract thing, like, I don't know, like submissiveness or this, or someone who wants to be traditional. And then that's really what they're bringing to the table. No, I'm sorry. To me, it goes down to material, tangible things, first and foremost. So yeah, I get what you're saying. Let's go ahead and finish this up. 4 minutes, we'll read the comments.
I think they like women.
No, of course. That's exactly it. It's not like they're not grossed out by women. They just don't like women.
Right. And now, because women are a little bit more educated over the last 5 years of like...
And it's crazy because it's like, they're going to say this about men, but it's like, you could almost say it's a projection. I mean, women say this out loud, that, they hate men. Literally, I was on Instagram today and there's someone I follow and she put up a thing and she's just like, I hate men, but I love D. What am I supposed to do about that? Which is kind of funny. But, women say that openly and whatever, we're not going to get hung up on it, but it's like, oh, well, these,
how to clock it in
and navigate that.
Yes. They are rejecting them. They're like, this isn't working for me. I mentioned to one of our producers earlier before we started the episode that like the first thing that women judge any man they've ever met within 4 seconds is this man a creep?
Yep.
Is this man safe?
That safety is number one. It's not like, are they fucking?
Well,
no.
To be truthful, even once, again, the lottery winner effect. Remember, Eliza Philby, we read about that. And it's just the safe thing goes away, and then that doesn't equate to attraction. It really doesn't, at least especially not in the long haul.
Oh, no.
Am I safe? Yeah. No, but it's like...
False. In those 4 seconds, it's not just, is he safe?
And then, like, they'll end up actually liking the bad boy. I'll always remember this. One of my coworkers, she was cool, but I'd go on a walk with her and this other guy. And she was telling us about some show that it was two other women, and then me and this other guy would go on walks. And she was married, but she was telling us about like a show she was watching or something. I can't remember what the show was. But in the show, there's like an older woman talking to a younger woman or something. And she was like, the older woman was like, no. Prison guy is the best sex of your life, but you don't marry prison guy. Like that. This was probably like 6-7 years ago I heard this, but I thought that was funny, right? Like, no, women are into prison guy, so to speak. But they want to marry, something that's going to bring him some money, or the safe guy, so to speak.
Is he hot? Is he rich? Would I let him smash? Let's not pretend this is all about safety.
Yeah.
This is about attraction.
Women will get on a freaking boat with the guy they just met and go out like, I don't know how many miles out to sea and just be out there like it's nobody's business. They will fly out to a guy they never met in their life and go stay in that person's home. You know what I mean? It's just safety. Is that really it?
Status and vibes. There's a word for what you
all that safety stuff goes out the window once this other stuff is there.
Indifference. Just because men critique women doesn't mean they hate them. It means they've stopped pedestalizing them. And trust me, that's worse than hate in a woman's mind. The truth is, the modern woman is harder to like. Why? Because she's been taught to act selfish, superficial, and entitled. Then calls it empowerment. And guess what? You just proved it with the "what do you bring to the table" tantrum. Below average.
Yeah, because what do you bring to the table is a pushback against gynocentrism. But if you're going to continue with, this kind of behavior right here, then it's like, how could you blame them for being narcissistic? The culture encourages them to be entitled narcissists.
Women with elite level delusions. That's the real epidemic. And yes, China is a good place to look if you want to see how hypergamy with no breaks ends up. Millions of men left single while women hold out for 0.1% of men. Now, give those same women unlimited male attention through Instagram and dating apps. And you think this outcome was accidental? Nah, this isn't random. This is a system. And the matchmaker just showed us she's still plugged into the matrix.
It's so sad. Like, that's what we go into any.
Well, when you think about the number one risk in a woman's life is who she marries. Whereas like for men, it's like what? Heart disease?
Oh my God.
Like, then this isn't.
Not to mention getting your whole family destroyed by family court. Like, what do you mean? What your biggest risk here is really in who you marry and all this kind of stuff and what can happen to you. No, it's not heart disease. In fact, the heart disease might come up from being in a crap marriage anyways, and then having no real choice but to put up with it because the alternative might suck more. There you go. And then the men die earlier.
An unequal playing field.
Oh my goodness. Did she seriously just say that? Not a major.
I mean, it's completely dismissive, like it's not even trying to understand it from the men's side or from putting themselves in men's shoes. It's just, what is your biggest thing? Heart disease? It's just more feminist claptrap.
Factor, not a consideration. Nope. According to her, the number one threat to women is marriage. Not stroke, not cancer, not heart disease like everyone else. Nah, it's Chad from finance. Miss Matchmaker, let me help you out. Just like with men, the leading cause of death for women is heart disease. Not Steve from Hinge, not Brad from The Boat. Literal cardiac arrest. But no, go ahead. Keep selling delusional victimhood to your followers while casually erasing actual threats like breast cancer and suicide. Because God forbid we deal in reality. And then you wonder why women are confused, bitter, and pushing 40 asking, where have all the good men gone? I'll tell you where. They woke up. They started asking the hard questions. They unplugged. And your whole narrative crumbled like a cookie. And listen, you said men were saying extreme things to you in the comments. Miss Matchmaker, you just said a husband is more dangerous than biological illness. How is that not extreme? This is the same.
Because, again, what she's trying to put forward with this, oh, is he a creep or not? Oh, marriage is dangerous to me. It's that for her, all men will always be like inherently predators. And then she's going to get mad and be like, oh, men watch Andrew Tate and they think all women are gold diggers. But she's literally here pretty much saying that all men are essentially predators, you know, at bottom. And it's not even just a creep comment, but it's about how marriage is dangerous to women. What does that mean other than men are just these dangerous monsters all the time? So she's really doing the same thing from the opposite
Better be
direction.
alone with a grizzly bear than a man energy that's been frying TikTok brains for 2 years straight. You can't make this stuff up. Grizzle, grizzle. You just earned a cooking session with fries on the side. There's still 50 minutes left in your video, but I'm done. She's beyond saving. Wrapped in vibes, dipped in delusion, and served cold with no logic. Links in the description. Go watch it yourself. But me, I'm out.
We should check the comments on that video just for the hell of it. But yeah, let's pull that up. Damn, is it in here? Link video, red pill content, forced marriages.
I have been reading.
Oh, damn it.
just
I
so
wanted.
and
I do want to keep his video up so we can see the comments on his channel. And then we can have this one next to it. Here it is. Forced marriages. Oh, gosh. 814 views, 13,000 subs. It's a month old. Or a smaller channel, but that's big and that's pretty big. Ask a matchmaker with Matchmaker Maria. The response, I am the table, truly shows that women don't bring anything. Oh, this is under her video. The response, I am the table, truly shows that women don't bring anything to a relationship and expect everything to be given to them, literally expecting men to do all the work. The rate yourself from 1 to 10 can't use 7 is meant to show if the woman is delusional or dealing in reality. There is no such thing as an equal partnership. Stop the BS. Truth be told, everything said by the host is her opinion, not facts. The misandry of these women. Damn. The guys found this. It's probably from his video, maybe. I don't know. I was expecting it to have more views, and I was expecting to see like what her audience would say. Truth be told, everything said by the host is her opinion, not facts. The misandry of these women to say that men in marriage is the most dangerous for women. The host used sign language, shame, insult, guilt, and the need to be right to shame men. They have done zero research on the topics. People, do your own research and find what is the truth for yourselves. Don't trust so-called matchmakers about issues they have little to no experience with. You're out of touch. Is this a joke? She thinks asking women what they bring to the table is not justifiable. Meanwhile, in the same 30-minute segment, runs off a list of what women expect men to bring to the table. If the standards of women is increasing with the quality, wouldn't it be equal to ask women to carry their fair share in a relationship? There you go. This is pure gold. You know nothing about red pill community, LOL. This woman really acting like women's whole dating strategy isn't predicated on what a man brings to the table. Very much so. Total jibber jabber. Why are you ladies lying to your audience when you already know the new dating landscapes? The misandry for men is insane. I see why American men no longer marry. You talk bad about them and spread lies. Truly sad. Instead of talking about men you don't like or know, let's talk about your husband. Where is he? Okay, this is a little bit... Not sure if you're still monitoring these comments, but here's some food for thought. First, let me preface this by saying I've been married for almost 6 years and have a 3-year-old daughter. Our marriage is successful so far. You really need to try to have more open mind about the subject. You mentioned first that red pill is somehow related to right-wing politics. I don't know how you came up with that assumption. Red pill is from the movie The Matrix, the phrase. Yes, hypergamy is real. Nice guys finish last. Yeah, you know, it's kind of... This sounds like a fan fiction. Okay, so that was theirs. Let me just catch up with our chat first, then we'll look at Manosphere Highlights Daily. Let's see where we left off from. Is anyone... Yeah, I read that. Hypergamy. Here it is. Tactica says, if the alleged female assertions of males being the primary provider, then government should give men extra income to serve women better. Yeah, if men are going to be the providers, then, I don't know, pay them more. Give them first priority on jobs. When will marriage failure be a national security issue? Probably when they stop having enough people that'll join the military. from low birth rate. Murder of crows, masculinity, infinite. I mean, or not even just joining the military, but unable to pay for the military. Murder of crows says masculinity, infinitely, perpetually, alpha, simp up. Femininity, just have a pulse. Yep. Klaus GGG says, and what's the biggest risk for men, even to the point a lot are coming to the point to delete themselves? Yeah. And we saw that. I mean, there's scientific studies on this out of University of California, that shows this kind of stuff. So, minimizing risk is damage control tactics 101 delusion. Princess Matchmaker, minimizing risk. There you go. Yep. So we agree the best way to avoid the risk is avoiding marriage. Yeah, there you go. The creep narrative is attacking male nature biology. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, you can't be who you are. And it's just, it's just also to smear men collectively as these, like, potential beasts, even though women could be potential gold diggers and potentially bad on their end too. But let's just talk about men here first and foremost. The creep narrative is attacking male nature biology. They reject but desire and Chad. Make this make sense. Murder of crows. Women seem to bring plenty of things to the table, but are any other than strife? How does it go? Happy wife, infinite strife. Happy wife, happy infinite strife. That's a new one. All right, let's check out Manosphere Highlights Daily's comments. The repercussions of red pill content is that it saves our ass. There you go. She is a matchmaker. How's that possible? She is completely ignorant about red pill and she is hostile to men in general. Women always ask men, what do you bring to the table? They just do it covertly. They ask, what do you do for a living? Or what do you do for work? Yep. And when you get that, remember to ask this.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
And then followed up with this.
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks.
There you go. I have yet heard a man break his relationship marriage to explore his options or find himself. That's a good point. The Feminist Lie, It Was Never About Equality by Bob Lewis. Haven't read that. Sounds good. Imagine a business owner calling everyone broke because people refuse to buy their product. Men aren't broke. We refuse to date women who aren't worth it. It's always the 6s and below chirping the loudest. Why in the hell would a man protest on the street for women's rights? Absolutely ridiculous. Well, on the other end of that, it's like, have you seen women standing up for men? The same woman that say that the red pill is breaking relationships are the same ones that have been silent about the rampant and petty divorces that women have been initiating for half a century. Notice how whenever these creatures say the RP is breaking relationships, interesting that they don't say anything about women breaking marriages. Yeah, they can never really explain why. They can only nag, shame, and make the claim that it's the fault of the RP, and you're supposed to take that as unquestionable gospel. And at the same time, justifying, women's behavior, whether it's hypergamy or whatever it is. Don't see, don't hear, don't say anything. Just accept in silence. And then they wonder why men don't find anything they say is valuable or helpful. Everything that comes out of their mouth is deceitful. Let's see here. Women taking no accountability is the biggest red pill sponsor, as women believe they can get away with any form of abuse or disrespect. These two women don't even know what a healthy relationship is. Relationships are based on reciprocity, in which both parts are the prize for each other. Old, bitter women discussing men they'll never have or be desired by. Fathers used to ask what a man brought to the table for their daughters, but now women ask this question like they are still worthy without a father. Now, I'm going to say this guy is missing something. Yeah, fathers used to ask that, but they also,
What's the dowry situation? Exactly. Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Sarah Novella says you're going to marry the dad or something, or you're saying that if you have daughters and then you die, they somehow won't have any worth because you die. Well, if the dowry is not there, people are getting crazier with their logic. Holy smackerels, that could not be more wrong if she tried. Far and away, the safest place for a woman is in her father's home, and second is in a committed marriage. Past the marriage, it is a factor of over 10 times more likely to be dangerous. Your father and your husband are heavily invested in your safety. Random men and the rest of the world of strangers are not. She has no idea what she's talking about. It makes me mad that women want information suppressed that can help men. I don't see them trying to ban toxic women's content. Oh, gosh, good comment there. The manosphere is eternal because there will always be a need for that information. Yeah, so far as, especially as they're not, trying to at least help or do anything to fix that. Real quick, let me just check out Mr. Pitt's comment. RP content is really screwing with women's ability to stick the landing after they've done riding the dating carousel. That's where the discussion of the simp economy comes in, right? Because, if there are enough simps left, then they will still be able to stick the landing for the most part. I would like to believe that at least some of this stuff or some of the change has helped to erode the simp economy somewhat, pretty much. You know what I mean? And if men understand that, then they're less likely to want to meet them there and be like, I worked hard, time to marry you. And so far she's 28 with some kind of a career and a degree, and she's been doing something from 18 to 28 and is this in a bad financial situation, and you're supposed to be the provider because according to Matt Walsh, you just want to do this naturally. That's what you want to do. You know what I mean? Or, whatever it happens to be. Yeah, I think we're caught up on chat there. 4 hours. I'd say that's about it. I think for today, let's go ahead and figure out what this CRT TV. We're going to end the poll on that. Oh, God. Oh, man. Let me just, this freaking TV, it's too big for me to turn over and show. But if I get another camera angle on this, we can do an after show. All right. So for this beautiful Toshiba, 27-inch, works fantastic. The tube is bright. Everything's great. Composite works. Screen's got no scratches on it. The outside looks nice. The speakers work well. 45% of you guys said over 200. Less than 100 was 36%, and between 100 and 200 was 18%. A total of 11 votes. All right, man. Let me tell you, I got this thing for $40. I got this from a guy on OfferUp. I had to go to a very ghetto 7-Eleven parking lot. Like at first I was like, man, am I getting set up over a TV right now? God forbid. Man, and I got this for $40. And the guy was getting rid of it because he just needed to make some room. And I was like, really? I didn't believe it. Like I was waiting to take this home and I'm just like, man, what is wrong with this? But I was talking to the guy and he seemed like pretty into it. You know what I'm saying? Like we were both kind of into it, talking about CRTs and stuff. And man, I brought this thing home and I turned it on and it was just crazy. I can't even believe I fit this in here. Like when I saw it, I was like, damn, this was bigger than I thought it was going. Like I had to put this in the passenger seat of my car and hold it with one arm. And I drive a manual car. So like I'm sitting here trying to drive manual, holding this big ass TV and I'm trying to drive slow and not go too crazy on speed bumps because I don't want to like mess up the internals of this. So yeah, $40 freaking dollars. $40. I just had to share that with you guys. All right. See, like, listen, man, it's not even about what it is. It's about getting a good deal on something. Like or at least not getting overcharged or overpaying. If you get something that's good, but you overpaid for it, it sucks. Like I can't really enjoy it as much. If I get something for a fair price, all right, it's a fair price. But if you get something for like a really good deal, you're just like, man, that was a really good deal. Every day you look at it. Even if you buy a Ferrari or something, if you buy this expensive sports car, if you got a good deal on it and it's, it's like maybe even worth a little bit more now if it's like a collectible, you're just like, damn, this is the coolest thing ever. But if you overpay for it, you're just like, this sucks. Which is kind of the problem with marriage. They want guys to go on the self-improvement, hyper self-improvement hamster wheel. Then they're saying, that's going to help you with marriage. And then when you do that, you're overpaying basically for something. So it still sucks. This is where Coach's free agent lifestyle and things like that have a better appeal. Let me just get to the chat real quick. Let's see. Sorry, it's a little further now that I'm sitting back. Let's also get the music started. We'll start off with Dan the Mans, and we'll play Mr. Pitt song. Shout out to both of y'all.
Yeah.
Did you get a good deal on that CRT? I got a fantastic deal, $40. I did have to spend another $15 on a remote, which is arriving on Monday. And then, I'll be big chillin'. Man, $40, I ain't even mad. I was expecting it to have problems. I was like, all right, $40, I know something's gonna be wrong with the color. It's gonna need degaussing. The speakers might crackle a little bit. Like, something was supposed to have not been right. I even went back and messaged the guy. I was like, hey, it's working great. Thank you so much. Do you plan on asking for a dowry, Shah? I think it really depends on the situation. Some form of it, yeah. And again, if it's gonna be like, hey, stay home, and this is the case, and this is what you got to do, Shah, yeah, there will be a dowry requested. If she's working and she's bringing in cash and a good amount of money, then no, it wouldn't be that. So, not like a formal, and there will probably still be marriage gifts exchanged. That's something typically that happens. Is some type of marriage gift exchange at the very least. But if it's wildly not making sense like that, I will request that. So. Shah, set it up with a stereo system if you have an AMP and speakers on hand. I only have these two monitor speakers here, but it does have the connection for the audio out, like those two, I think it's like I can't remember what, the red, yellow, and white or something. And so yeah, I could potentially get some. It'd be freaking sweet. I really want to do an after show. So I'll have a camera here and I'll be sitting there. And then, for whoever wants to stick around can hang out and watch some CRT retro gaming just for the heck of it. That'd be pretty fun. Man, I don't know why I can't download these songs. Like, I know it's supposed to be, but I am logged in here and it just lets me add them to my library. But if any of you guys can, please put it in the Discord. Let's go and get this going. Robert Bright says, if you want to maintain that good deal thing, you're never getting married. Hey, listen, it's better than a bad deal. I'll tell you that. So that's just part of the game. And again, it's not about getting a good deal. It's about getting a fair deal. Like that's what, getting a good deal is great, but it needs to at least be a fair deal. And if you're overpaying, then that's just whack all around. So, that's kind of it. I think that's where a lot of guys are too, especially MGTOW guys. Oh yeah, I wanted to bring this up. I think this matches the song. Man, some cool looking armor right there. Someone needs to stand up for Lady Dowry. Could a dowry be straight up front and prenups only? Smoke. Technically, the way that our laws work, it would have to be put into your hand before the marriage is the only thing. So the way that would happen is like you guys would have the house purchased prior to the actual marriage, and whoever put down on that house put down on that house, and both of your names are on it. That to me would be closer to a formal dowry. Then the marriage starts with your marriage license, and whatever, you pay all the bills, whatever. But they'd have to put that amount in the house, and then when the divorce happens, the house gets split 50-50. So there's incentive to stay there, because otherwise they're losing out on that a bit. So yeah, so long as both of your names would be on that's how I would do it. So it would be grounded into the property, in the land right there, and not like, oh well, we gave them this, and now we're requesting the courts give it back to us because something. Like, no, it's in the house. Both of our names are on the house, and then that's what it is. So yeah, you know, it's technically not outlawed in the U.S., by the way. There's been some courts that dealt with marriage transactions, but it's primarily like a man giving it to a woman, not so much the other way. So that's an interesting thing. Oh, yeah. Man, what a cool picture. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. Classically, I think the marriage deal was incalculable because you got significance with your life, but now everybody individually thinks I can do that. No, it was pretty calculable. I mean, are you talking about marriage transactions? Because the vast majority of peoples across the planet from many different civilizations had some form of it. You know, in ancient Greece, there was the Troika. Ancient Rome was the Dos. It went all through United Christendom. There was very much a calculated deal going there, and both families paid attention to that. And the same thing with bride wealth and those societies that are different from dowry. So, I mean, I think what you're talking about might have a little bit more abstract stuff about, oh, you know, gives your life meaning or this and that. But all the stuff I think that comes in with that gives both people's lives that kind of meaning. It gives both people draw from that. So that kind of cancels each other out, to be honest. I don't know why it's like, well, man, and your legacy. It's like, no, it's both of you guys. It's both you and your wife get something from that. You know, I gotta listen to this smooth jazz one more time while we're over here. Just gotta do that one more time for the people. So yeah, I don't think it's incalculable. You can say both parties can win and it's a good deal and both people, their lives, you know, become better for it, but I don't think that makes a marriage transaction incalculable. I'm not sure if that's even what you meant though, so. You know, like when I imagine Lady Dowry, she's decked out with like finery and gold and gems and stuff like that. But I guess this is appropriate because right now Dowry is down bad a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So we got to get her back to where she used to be. So yeah, that's part of the. Remember, guys, you got to ask for Rivendell, okay? Daddy, I'm in love with Aragorn and I want to marry him. If it would make you happy, my here's gynocentric dad who doesn't want to pay nothing. He thinks his daughter just, you know, deserves everything for no reason. Oh, thank you, Daddy. Aragorn asked whether you will give him Rivendell after the wedding. Then gynocentric dad's just like, what? Give Rivendell over my dead body? The thing is, that would actually be kind of a fair deal. Only because Aragorn he is the rightful king of Gondor, I believe. So, you know, now there was a steward of Gondor during this time period, so maybe that's why he's kind of like not understanding it. But then Aragorn does assume the throne at the end of Return of the Kings. And I mean, that would be probably a fair dowry for marrying your daughter over to a king and making her queen of Gondor, essentially. I mean, you know, if we're going to look at this, a few days later, and I wish you luck in this impossible to fulfill deadly, dangerous, suicidal mission. See you later, Dad. Soon to be Dad. Goodbye, sucker. Namariel must be some sort of elven speak. We won't meet again. That halfling with the ring came just in time. AMP is short for stereo amplified receiver. Okay, I think I remember this, man. I had a buddy who was so into this stuff, and he would always have one of those boxes with like the knobs and the stuff. And that would connect to the TV, and then I think from there it would connect to the sound system. If I remember correctly, it's been a long time. The only thing is room. Like, I just don't think I got like really the room to put it somewhere. It just depends how big it is, you know. I can maybe get a sound bar on this thing. But to be honest, like, I don't even think I really need that because it's pretty loud. But I know what you mean. It would be a better quality sound. But yeah, that's okay, you know. So, yep, we had fun today, guys. I mean, we got 2 fantastic sound effects.
What's the dowry situation? Let's get down to brass tacks here.
As soon as I heard that, I was like, that's becoming a sound effect. And then when I was making the sound effect, I decided to make this a separate one.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Does marriage seem to be only viable if perpetually favorable to the wife? If you're going to have the sword of Damocles over your head and where they got to contribute nothing, then yeah, you got to bend over backwards and try to keep her happy. Otherwise, she kind of holds the threat of family court over you. Uh-oh. You know what? One more time, let's do the rap song. The rap song goes hard. And then we'll call it. Yeah, you're definitely right. Maybe classically was the wrong term in modern sense. It's been the belief that women could get that family deal no matter what. And men were the losers who would live. And yeah, I hear what you're saying. You mean like more recently, through like more recent remembered history. Especially going back to like, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think we got this sort of like romanticized, for lack of a better term, memory or version of what everybody thinks this used to be like or what it is. But even back then, I mean, we had at least at-fault divorce. Like, okay, no dowry, but we had at-fault divorce. If we were going to do the love detection marriage style, then there was still at-fault divorce. So that at least made the marriage contract a little bit better. Yeah, there was perjury, collusion, false allegations, all that kind of stuff. But, now with no fault being such a disaster, it just really highlights how bad this stuff is, Solo life of misery. Yeah, well, they'd be condemned to that or whatever. And, a lot of people would rather choose that. That's definitely what they say. And you see it on both sides. I mean, the men will say, oh, they're going to be miserable with their boxed wine and cats. Women will say men will be miserable and die alone and unhappy and miserable. But what we see is the most miserable people are the ones who got married and then get divorced, and then it's really bad. They have a higher rate of self-deletion than if someone was single their whole life in terms of not married. I made a video on that. Oh man, this beat goes hard right here. I need to blast this from my car. I need to get this like... We need to make this song its own YouTube video is what we need to do. Damn, this would be a sick YouTube video. And then I can add it to my music playlist. Both of these songs need to be on a music video. But anyways, folks, yeah, we hit the end of it today. I'm going to cut it a little earlier, 4 hours, 20 minutes today. I appreciate everybody that watched. We had like over 30 viewers for a time, 29 likes. Big shout out to all you guys. I know it's a long stream. Hopefully everyone had fun. I definitely had fun. I appreciate the folks who come here every week and take the time to, watch. Next week's going to be a little different only because I'm doing something on the 26th. I'm going to go out on the Saturday. And so I'm probably going to move the stream to Friday at 7. I might be able to do Sunday at 7. I will set the premiere appropriately. The only thing about Sunday at 7 is that Klaus has work on Monday, so I don't want him to have to get up early. So if I did it Friday night, it might be a little bit more possible for Klaus. And Klaus is an integral member of the community here, as is a lot of the other folks. So I'm leaning towards Friday. And then, unless Saturday gets canceled. If Saturday gets canceled, then, we'll be going strong Saturday. But I'll make sure to have the premiere up just so you guys know. I'll put a reminder in the Discord. And I'm kind of expecting lower viewership just because it's going to be on a different night. And then maybe if I do it Friday, the folks who typically want to watch this on a Saturday, then they can at least have Friday stream to watch if they feel like it. So no pressure, guys. We're all having fun over here. And I appreciate y'all for that. I am actually going... Well, I'll give you guys more details, but I'm doing an in-person interview with another YouTuber in early May. So that's actually going to be on a Saturday too. So I'm I'm not going to be able, unless I can bring some stuff and I can do a live stream from the hotel, it's possible. But I'm doing an in-person interview with the I'll keep that a surprise for now for the folks. And you know, we'll definitely get some content from that trip out to LA. So I'm going on a little road trip. I'm doing some stuff. So yeah, Saturday is going to be moved to Friday, and then I'm leaving on Friday on May 2nd. So I can't really do one on Friday because I'll be driving. And then I'll, you know, be gone Saturday. I'll probably be coming back Sunday or Monday. So that's where we're at there. It is almost like losing everything is life-threatening. Yeah, exactly, right? Was in, and God forbid, you know, we're here for the folks that are dealing with that as best as we can. We'll be here. You know what I mean? We don't want that happening. Don DeMarco says, was in and out, but appreciate you, man. Appreciate you too, brother, man. Thank you for being here. Murder of Crows. Thanks, Shah. Night, y'all. Thank you, man. You guys all have a fantastic evening. I'm not going to push the sound effects again because we've heard them a million times tonight, even though I want to. So I'll catch y'all on the next.